Hello, hello everybody, dear chess lovers and fans all over the world. My name is Biel International and I'm a Latvian chess grandmaster, and it's my honor to present to you the International Biel Chess Festival, which also is organized this year. This is a tournament of huge traditions, and this is the 54th edition already. And today we are gonna start with the Chess960, or it's also known by another name, Fisher Random Chess. Yeah, so I'm still waiting for the moment until the games they are gonna appear on the live screen. While we are waiting for that, so the first game is scheduled to start at exactly 12 minutes. I hope there's no delay. And once we are ready, once the games are starting, we're gonna switch on to the live cameras, live boards, and yeah. So hopefully there's not gonna be any huge delay. I'm reading the chat. Yes, I'm reading the chat, but it could be difficult for me to answer to every single question. So I propose to do it like this. Once we are going to start the coverage of the games, you're going to see the players and the live cameras and everything, the playing hall as well. If you have some questions, you can ask them, right? I mean, you want to see perhaps a particular game. There's going to be 4 games. 8 players are playing in the Chess960. Which is not part of the Grandmaster Triathlon, but I'm going to explain the rules of the tournament shortly. So if you have some questions you would like to ask, you can definitely do that, or maybe switch between the games. You see that there's something exciting going on. For some reason I'm missing this. I mean, don't hesitate to ask it. I'm monitoring all of the chats, but like I said, it could be a bit difficult for me to answer everything immediately. So yeah, don't worry about that. So, alrighty, let me check if we can switch over to the main page. Just a second. Here we go. Okay, so this is the official website by just a second. Yeah, so this is the official website of the International Biel Chess Festival. And today, as already mentioned, we are gonna see how the players, they're gonna play out the Chess960, but who they are, let me show you. Yeah, so the tournament, the main event is the so-called Grandmaster Triathlon. So there's gonna be 8 players who are gonna participate. Let me maybe open it. Just a second, where was this? I need to remember this. So this is the Grandmaster Triathlon. Yeah, I guess it wasn't here. Just a second. Yeah, it's a bit difficult for me to navigate. Let me open. Yeah, here it is. Yeah, here it is. So these are the players who are going to play in the today's tournament, and also going to be part of the Grandmaster Triathlon. So that's going to be quite exciting event. I mean, I don't think I've seen something like this anywhere else, because they're playing classical games. So it's going to be a classical round robin tournament between 8 players. Then there's going to be a rapid tournament between the same players, and also a blitz double round robin tournament. So real exciting. So who are the players? We're gonna start today with the Chess960. So it's Kirill Alexeyenko, a guy probably who all of you already know. So he is a former candidate for the World Championship title. He was playing in the 2020-2021 FIDE Candidates tournament. The big surprise of qualifying for the tournament in the first place, but he played really amazing previous FIDE World Cup, and he also wait, this wasn't supposed to happen. And he also played perfectly in the 2019 FIDE Grand Swiss, and yeah, so he is here. He's here, Kirill Alexeyenko. He Unfortunately for him, he lost in the FIDE World Cup. I believe it was the second round where he lost this spectacular game against Mikhail Krasenkov. But anyway, I mean, he's very much determined to come here and show amazing chess. Right, so then there's the chess legend Boris Gelfand, a name which doesn't really require any comments. Right, so Boris Boris's highest peak in chess career probably was his world championship match against Vichy Anand, and he was actually very close to win the match. So almost became a world champion, and he's a really true chess legend. And yeah, so he's also playing here, and he has also played in the Biel chess tournament before. And then there's the Gadakamsky, American chess legend. I don't know how many times has been American champion. Probably it's written here 5 times. Yeah, 5 times. So really amazing personality, and Biel is very happy to see him here back as well. So he's going to be one of the favorites. Maxime Lagarde, he is a very sharp player from France. 2000, which year is it? 17, I think? 19? Just a second, let me check it. I didn't remember by memory. I think it was 2019. A French champion. He's a very sharp player, and he's never hesitating to play for the win, for white, for black, whatever. I mean, he's playing against very strong players. He plays with black Dutch defense, and always is going for a big fight. I know this because I've played against him in some online tournaments. It's very difficult to play against him. So it's going to be definitely a fun player to watch out. Then there's also Alain Pichot, the #1 Argentinian grandmaster, who was playing in one of the Meltwater super tournaments online, was invited by Magnus Carlsen. To be honest, I don't remember how he played, but definitely he's a name to watch out, a rising star, already rated over 2600, only 22 years old. And then there's Nikhil Sarin, the rising superstar from India. And this man, he has had an amazing summer. He won recently the Serbia Open. Which tournament was it before? I don't remember, because he won 2 very, very strong Open tournaments in a row. And he recently was playing also in the FIDE World Cup. Actually, from the list, if I counted correctly, 4 players. They were playing in the FIDE World Cup, which is currently running at the same time, and made it as far as round 3. So Nikhil, he lost to, if I remember correctly, against Dmitry Adrekin. I think it was the 3rd round. So I guess he directly came here to Biel from Sochi, where the World Cup is being held, and definitely he is on fire. Civil Lake Open. Okay, maybe it was Civil Lake Open. I don't remember. Yeah, I definitely remember that it was Serbian Open, because I was cheering for another Latvian player, Igor Kovalenko, who he beat in the penultimate round. And Mikhal is here. So it's going to be very, very interesting to see how well is he going to play. And Vincent Keimer, the young superstar from Germany, who won the Grenke Open. I might be mistaken. I think it was 2018. Yeah, I think it was 2018, because I was playing myself in the Grenke Open 2019, and he was playing in the Classic. So one of the brightest stars from German chess, and yeah, he's here. And actually, he was playing already in the Grandmaster triathlon in Biel last year. So he definitely is not new to this. He's only 16 years old, so it's quite amazing. So only 16 years old, and he has already played at the highest level. And I'm sure that he's looking for a big result in this tournament. And finally, there's the local hero, Noel Studer. Yeah, so he is the only representative from Switzerland here in the tournament, at least in the Grandmaster triathlon. He also played last year. Being 24 years old, he has worked very hard on chess, and he's definitely gonna look to improve his score from last year. So last year he played as well, but not really that successfully. All right, let me check if let me double check it if the tournament is live, and it is. Just a second. Let me update a little bit the scene. Everything seems to be ready. That's great. I was slightly worried about this. Um, just a second, just a second. Everything seems to be, well, sort of seems to be ready, but no. Huh. I don't know why. So I'm going to use the feed from chess.com. For some reason, the game is not... Oh. The game is not opening. Just a second. Yeah, not sure what is happening here, but okay. Okay, while we wait for this, maybe the games, they're gonna be available once they start. So yeah, chess960 is really tricky. Just a second. So yeah, so today they're gonna play all the 7 rounds of chess960. Chess960 is not part of the Grandmaster Triathlon. Again, let me explain you the rules. It's sort of separate 3 tournaments. It's a classical tournament, it's rapid tournament, and it's a blitz tournament. And first is going to be rapid tomorrow, which is going to start at 1 p.m. Central European summertime. Then on Tuesday is going to start the classical tournament. And then in between, I think it was the next Saturday, they're going to play the blitz as well. Just a second. Yeah, so they're gonna play the Grandmaster Triathlon starting tomorrow, but today is just sort of a warm-up. They're gonna play chess960, which is not part of the triathlon. There's a live footage, but I just want to switch immediately to the boards. Yeah, this is something which is completely out of my power. So there's a live feed, definitely. Let me just make sure I'm doing everything correctly here. So chess960 is really tricky. So it's not a relaying a standard. Okay. Yeah, as I predicted. Okay, let's do it like this. Let's do it like this. Let me switch over. Let me switch over. Yeah, and this is not opening. Let me switch over to this scene. Apologize about that. And we are gonna have the board here. Yeah. Okay, so this is my backup. And we have live feed as well. So this is the overview from the playing halls. This is the one. And that is, I think, no Studer sitting there, and he's gonna play against Alan Peshot. Maybe he's already preparing what he's gonna play. That is Kirill Alexeyenko against Agata Kamsky. You should be able to see the players. I just want to take the feed from chess.com for some reason. For some reason, they are not there yet. Yeah, so I guess they are studying the possibilities of chess960. There's no big theory. So I guess this is why both players are studying what they're going to choose. And the rules of chess960 is, why it's chess960? This is also what we know as Fischer random chess. And there are 960 possible positions. So that's why it's chess960. It was the former world champion Bobby Fischer who introduced this chess. I think it officially was in 1996. Yeah, because he was trying to avoid serious theoretical studies, and he proposed this type of chess, which was already known before as the shuffle chess. But there's some rules. There's some rules. For example, the king has to be in the middle between both rooks, so it cannot be in the corner, and rooks cannot be on the other side of the uh, of the uh, of the rooks, and also the bishops cannot be opposite color bishops. So that's it. So they need to be one bishop needs to be dark squared bishop, the other needs to be light squared bishop, and that's it. Are they playing already? Because I'm not seeing any relay. Yeah, I think they're already playing. I think they're already playing. For some reason, I'm not seeing any moves yet. Quite interesting. Yeah, so the players, not sure about the rules. I think they can take off their masks while playing the games. Let me again try. Yeah, chess.com feed is not working, and wait. I think it's a little stuck. Okay, okay. I don't know what's happening there. The feed is stuck for some reason, and so there you can see that's Boris Gelfand playing against who is it? Maxime Lagarde. Let me try to find the game. Maybe no, the games are not relayed online yet, so we can only follow the live feed. But don't worry, I mean, this is the opening phase. Nobody understands what's happening in the opening phase anyway. And so about the rules is that it is possible to castle, right? So for example, if I want to castle with a king to the short side, it's called the H castling. Then I need to remove all the pieces standing. For example, the knight's on f1, the knight on g1, the bishop goes away. And then the castling would be the king lands on g1, the rook lands on f1. And the same applies for the long castle. So for example, I remove the bishop and the queen, and then I can castle long, the king lands on c1, and the rook lands on d1. Yeah, let me check it. Again, the feed of the games. So don't worry, this is just a start. I really predicted we might have some technical issues at the start. I'm at least happy to see that some camps are running. Maybe I can try to zoom in the cam. What do you think? At least this cam seems to be working. Not sure. Yeah, it's. I don't think we can make much of this anyway. So okay, let's just wait for the. Let's just wait for the moves. So I can zoom in, but I don't see what's happening. So today we are playing Chess960, and it's going to be the entire tournament of Chess960 is going to be played today. This is a round robin tournament. It's not part of the Grandmaster Triathlon. It's just a test of imagination between the players. All of them are very, very strong Grandmasters. There's very experienced players, former World Championship challengers. Then there's also the young superstars like Mikhail Sarin and Vincent Kiemer. So it's going to be a very, very interesting mix. Yeah. So Still no official moves. At least I don't see anything. So we are following. Let me check maybe the other boards. If we can find. Yeah, this board seems to be not working for some reason, and that is Kirill Alexeyenko, the former FIDE candidates participant. The time control of the Chess960 is 15 minutes plus 5 seconds. So yeah, hopefully we are gonna get the moves shortly. Otherwise, we are just gonna look at the cameras. Also, the plan is after the tournament to interview the winner, and this is something that we are gonna definitely watch. There is Angelika Volkova on the site on Biel, and she is gonna make an interview, conduct an interview with the winner, and we are definitely gonna switch to that as well. I guess it's gonna be something like in 5 hours, I guess. And I think what we can do is once that comes is that you can ask some questions, and maybe some of the most interesting questions I can try to relay to the interviewer. Okay, let me still check if anything is happening. Yeah, maybe let me try to switch the boards and see if there's somebody we might have missed. And that is Nikol Sarin. As you can see, he's playing in the Mosque. Just a second. I think he's the only one. He's the only one playing in the Mosque from the participants. So he's playing against Schemer. Yes, the stream is at the same time relayed on Twitch, on Biel's YouTube channel, and Facebook. Biel's Facebook page as well. So you can choose whichever site you want to watch it, but I'm monitoring all of the chats at the same time. At least I'm trying. While I cannot analyze any games because I don't see what is happening there, so I can try to zoom in, but I'm not sure what good it would be. Yeah. Twitch channel's name is, I can write it here in the chat if you want to follow it there. I'm typing in the chat, so that is my channel. Okay, let's check. Is anybody else moving? So that is Boris Gelfand against Maxime Lagarde. I'll probably try to find an alternative way to see the games, otherwise this could take a while. We are not really seeing what is happening there. That is Noel Studer, and that is Kirill Alexeyenko. Not sure what I can do here. Maybe I can try to... Maybe I can try to switch. I can try to switch here just a second, not this. So that you are following at least what I'm seeing, but just a second, this is also for some reason not working. Okay, just a second. Apologize about that. I'm gonna try to make them a little bigger, as big as I can, so that you can see what is happening here. Yeah, but I guess it's of no use, right? Yeah, at least you see something, but I'm not sure what to make of this position because this is Chess960, and yeah, I don't really understand what is happening here. Okay, let me then just switch back. Oh, just a second. Okay, at least we have a feed. Oh wait, there's the games. Just a second, there's the games. There was a delay. Let me then. Unfortunately, chess.com site still doesn't work. So okay, let me then switch it and find the game, which is, for example, this one. Okay, there we go. There we go. We have finally some games. So let's replay this from the start. So this is the game between this is the game between Alexienko and Gatakamsky. And f4. So I don't know really. I mean, there is some theory. Again, the video feed for some reason is stuck. I don't know why. There's some theory, but I know that some people have studied some lines, but I'm not sure what to make of this. Some kind of a Dutch defense, at least it looks to me, freeing the bishop on h1. Bishop g5, that's really odd. Okay, so this move, at least I understand. Oh, black is closing the white's bishop on h1. Oh my goodness. Impossible to explain this. And so maybe we'll get the normal position very soon. Okay, there you go. There you see this possibility that black the castle short. So the king was on d8, and according to the rules, the black king has to land on g8 and the rook on f8. Knight f3, knight e4. You know, I have a feeling that a black is simply better here, because black's position has reached some kind of normalcy. In some of the positions, if white is winning without making a move, I don't think so. I don't think so. So occasionally I'll try to answer some questions in one of the channels. So we have at the same time 3 channels. It's my Twitch channel, it's the YouTube channel of Biel Chess Festival, and it's the Facebook page. I'm seeing the comments from all the 3 channels, so maybe if I see a question which I find be interesting, I'll reread it and answer it. Yeah, so I have a feeling that Gatakamsky is doing really great here. So this is what was played after bishop f4. Let's see if we have more moves. b3, and so this is the current position. Let me check maybe chess. No, chess.com is not ready yet. Oh, wait, they are. Alrighty, there we go. I think I'm gonna switch over to the other feed. Yeah, so I apologize for this technical start. I mean, I was really concerned about Chess960 because this is so tricky. We are starting a festival here. It's immediately Chess960 the first day. Bit tricky to get everything working, but the Biel organizers, they're working very, very hard to make it as enjoyable as possible. Just a second, let me prepare this. All right. So this is good. This is good. And let me change the scenery here. So we are going to remove this one. And so that I can draw arrows and everything. So there you go. That is... And there you go. There you go. Now we are running live. Everything is good. So what you're seeing here on the right... let me... Just a second. Rearrange some... Yeah, so on the right, in the middle, what you're seeing, this is the live board. And on the left, this is what we can use. So again, so last time I explained this, I had a feeling that black is doing simply better. Although the engine seems to disagree with me. Queen a3. Yeah, the queen on c1 is not really doing anything, right? So black, I mean, white is thinking about ways to activate it. Bishop g4, king c1 was played. And at least how I'm usually playing this is that maybe this is a wrong approach, but if I'm playing Chess960, I don't have a lot of experience myself. I'm trying to reach some kind of a normalcy. And maybe this is a wrong approach because it really takes a skilled player to start to improvise right away. So I think black, who is Gata, he managed to reach pretty much normal position with the short castle. All the pieces are positioned on good squares pretty quickly. But Kirill is still struggling. Still struggling. Okay, let me maybe try to switch to another board. Let's see who is else gonna come up. So that is Noel Studer. Let me find his game. And here we go. I think we should be good. Oh my goodness, long castle. So this is the current position. Okay, let's check how did this happen. e4. I prove this because I'm an e4 player myself, although maybe specifically here it doesn't mean much. So Noel Studer is playing against Alain Pechot. e4, e5, knight f3. Okay, not knight c6 because there's no knight. g6. Yeah, so I really like Noel's approach. He has made some normal looking moves. I guess the next moves with the light square bishop on h1 is gonna, white is gonna play something like g3 and bishop g2. No, he played c3. d4, fighting for the space advantage, queen c2, and long castle. Now this is quite interesting. I have a feeling we are witnessing some kind of Farrell Lopez position where a black has already castled short, and unlike white, the bishop on h8 actually stands good because it's already joining the game, so white still needs to make a move g3 and waste time, and black is a little faster to organize something at the queen side by pushing a5, a4. Yeah, so I don't really know what to make of this position. I mean, Chess960 is Chess960, so a lot of randomness is happening here. So as you can see, I think the clocks are showing correctly. Let me maybe try to zoom in. Can I check? Can I check the clocks? Oh, yeah, I think they're showing correctly. That is very odd way to check this. Sometimes the relay is lagging behind, but yeah, so this seems to be the right amount of clocks, right amount of time shown in the clock. So it's 6 minutes each. The opponents have played out the opening, and engine at least for some reason likes black to be bare. Maybe. Okay, let's check what else here. So that is Maxime Lagarde. Let me switch his game. Um, some kind of a weirdness. I don't understand what is happening here. Probably I'm going to repeat the same phrase over and over. So let's check what happened here from the start. So Maxime played f4. Now this is interesting. Wait, f4 we already... No, f4 was also played by Kirill Alexyenko, right? Yeah, I think so. So this means probably they have very similar understanding of how this position should be played out. I mean, I don't know. There is some theory. I know that some of the top level players have developed some theory, probably most notably Hikaru Nakamura, who is one of the strongest Chess960 players. He used to be unofficial FIDE world champion in Chess960 until Wesley So became the first world champion in Chess960 in 2019, I think, beating Magnus Carlsen in the final. f45. So this is what I played. Okay, very original. So black joins the queen in the game. Whoa, we have some kind of a stonewall position. At least this weaken's the e4 square for white, but also takes good care of the e5 square. That's quite interesting. I guess the idea of d4 was sort of undermine a black's perfect placement of the rook. Otherwise, black would play something like e5, and the rook on e8 already stands pretty good. Yeah, so I'm not sure how well I can explain Chess960 opening approach. Most of the players that are improvising left and right. As far as I know, Chess960 doesn't affect any ratings, at least to my knowledge. Maybe this is going to change. I don't know. Probably not. So Chess960 is still new to professional level, and in Biel, it used to be an open tournament, but I guess because of the COVID situation, now it's limited to a round-robin tournament, and so this year it's going to be only played out between the participants of the Grandmaster tournament. All right, so they had this position. Now that's a one long short castle, quite amazing. So short castle, c4. We have now some sort of a d4 position, some semi-Slav. Not sure what to make of this. So we had again some normal position. I mean, at this moment it used to be a normal position, and now things start to change rapidly. So g4. So black has a perfect position. I mean, in terms of the normalcy. And again, I think I already explained this, is that a lot of players, including myself, they're trying to get some kind of normal position. Because why this is happening? Because we are trained to recognize certain positions, and it's so difficult, especially in rapid, not even talking about blitz, improvise right at the start. So it's completely understandable that the players, they're trying to get something they recognize. So the patterns, the plans, they immediately recognize, they can try to employ in particular position. Okay, f5, that is very aggressive. Rook f2, so white is looking for some kind of an attack at the king side. I guess rook f1 is incoming next. Queen d3. All right, so there goes a pawn on a2. So let me check what is the current position. This is the current position. So this is the current position, apparently. Yeah, unfortunately, the video is a laggy little. Apologize about that. But white is seeking some kind of activity at the king side, something like bishop g5, maybe take on g6, and I really like white's position, except maybe for the fact that he's missing a pawn. All right, let's check the next pair, and the next pair is gonna be Nikol Sarin. He's playing with black against Vincent Keimer. Let me find the games. So I have to switch the boards manually. Hope I make no mistakes while I do this. Now, I love this knight on e5. That is a great outpost for the knight. Not sure how it got there. I have a feeling that white still hasn't castled short. Let's check how did this happen. e4. So we have 2 games with e4s and 2 games with f4s. Okay. g3, knight e3, d4. That makes a lot of sense. f3, white has a very solid center, so that should give him sort of slightly better chances. Now, this is a very typical Sicilian approach, trying to free up the bishop on h8. d5, white is fighting for the space advantage. Bishop d2, queen c1. Now this looks a little weird. I mean, I don't understand, but okay. I mean, this is just 960 after all. So long castle, there you go. One of those amazing castles. And a4. And the knight goes to h5, probably not out of good life. I don't like really this maneuver, but maybe the idea was to play f4 next. Okay, I don't understand what's happening here. g4. So the idea, I guess, is that after f4, black plays knight f3. Now after takes, the bishop stands on a6, and this problem f2 is becoming a problem. Oh, just a second. So that's why after g4, Vincent played queen e3. Now g takes bishop f3. Black has secured an outpost for the knight on e5. King b8, knight f4. So I imagine that white is seeking for the right moment to castle long. So that's going to be king c1 and rook d1. And maybe he's going to wait for the right moment, because the king on d1 feels pretty good. Still, I evaluate this position to be favorable for, sort of favorable for black. I mean, maybe I'm wrong. I just like this knight on e5 and the bishop on h8. All right, let's maybe switch back to the board 1, where Galakamsky is playing against Kirill Alexeyenko. There you go. What? That's already an endgame. How did I get here so quickly? How did I get here? So this was the position, 95. Everything seems to be equal. Bishop d5. Queen b4. Take. Oh, so the a pawn is gonna now march the queens. I think Gata is in a huge trouble here, unless he'll somehow manage to force perpetual. I don't see how this is possible. How does he even try to force perpetual here? So whatever happened here, I had a feeling that around here, black was doing really good. I mean, maybe not here. Some are here. Some are here. I had a feeling that black already has finished development and should be doing really great. Now, about f takes on e4, I'm not sure. Why not some 95? 95, knight c3, knight e3 maybe? 95 makes a lot of sense to me. So he played rook e8. Okay, now he played 95. Knight c4. So black is in perfect control here. Takes. Bishop g7. And bishop e6 apparently was a mistake. So maybe he could have played something like, just play some solid moves like rook d8 and see what happens. Maybe rook d8, bishop f8, and try to prepare some bishop b4, bishop c3. Probably that's not going to happen, but I guess the position is about equal. But somewhat very quickly, things turned very bad for Gata. So after queen b4, the pawn on d4 now is under attack. There's no c5, obviously, because the pawn on c5 will be under attack. Rook e5. Now black is up a pawn. I guess the problem of rook d5 and rook is rook e7. And black is experiencing some issues of the 7th rank, not even speaking about some queen b7 ideas, or maybe rook f1, rook f7. The black king is exposed, and this extra pawn at the king's side, it doesn't really matter. So now the pawn on b7 falls, the pawn on a7 falls, and that's it. Black is just lost. At least it appears to be. So that's quite unfortunate turn of events for Gatakamsky, but okay. I mean, Kirill played really, really impressive right after the opening. I think he was just slightly worse. All right, let's switch to the second board. So this is the second board. So things have turned really nasty for white. The time control is 15 plus 5. And if I see correctly, then... Wait, that's the wrong board, is it? No. I think Noel is in huge time trouble. So they're down to the last minute. Maybe we should follow this game. Knight a4. Oh my goodness, that is a very exposed king on c1. C takes on b4. Of course, Noel is not really interested to take the extra pawn, but the problem is I don't think he has anything better here. So this king, it should be somewhere here on g1. And as soon as black is going to play something like knight e6, rook c8, oh my goodness, there's going to be a devastating attack. So I think Noel knows this. Noel knows this. He is in huge trouble. But there's nothing he can do about it. So bishop a1 was played. All right, so we have this position. So knight b6, very logical move. Takes. Queen b4, rook a2, rook king b1. Yeah, the white king is obviously badly misplaced at the queen side. So you can probably put the king on the queen side with no pawns if you're Danil Dubov, but if you're not, probably you need to castle short. So white is missing some pawns to protect the king, and this is probably going to decide the fate of the game in favor for black. Let's just follow the game until the end. So it's official that Kirill Alexeyenko has won the first game against Gatakamsky. And Alain Pichot is about to score the first win against Noel Studer. Rook g4 was played, and this is what we can see on the cam as well. Yeah, so indeed, Noel is in huge time trouble. Also, the position is lost. Black is up, extra pawn, the king is exposed, and if I'm playing with black here, I'm seeking for ways to not to trade queens, of course, because this would simplify white's defense, but try to deliver a mate. Extra pawn is nice, but a mate is even nicer. Let's just follow this game until the end. And then, if we are going to have time, we can switch over to the Michal Sarin's game as well. Rook c8. Yeah, but this rook on g4 is sort of stuck. Wait, but that's... I think I missed something. That's an extra exchange, right? That's an extra exchange as well. Now, f3 probably is the last chance to imprison the rook, and he plays it. Boris Gelfand has lost in the meantime, so probably he fell under this very powerful attack, which I mentioned to you that this looked to be quite scary. F takes on g4. Wait, I think I just... Now this is not so easy anymore, because I think now Noel has some chances. So just take on c4 maybe, or maybe even rook e1. And if he manages to eliminate the pawn on e3, white might have some chances to save the game. And also, Alain Peixoto is in time trouble. He knows that he has misplayed this, so this is a very tense game. Noel is fighting back. So imagine all of the Switzerland right now is cheering for Noel. I think all of the games are down to the huge time trouble. But the pawn on e3, it still stands. It still stands, and white wants to eliminate it. h4 is the great move, threatening to push something like g5. h6 stops any g5 from happening. I think he took on c4. I don't get the last move. What did he play? So it was played g5, h takes, h takes. I guess bishop takes on c4. Bishop e5 is going to be played here. So black is still up a pawn, but what? What just happened there? And that's it. Yeah, no, just blundered it. He didn't take the pawn for some reason. How did this happen? He gave a check. Why did he give a check? I think he had to play bishop takes on c4 and bishop takes on e5. Yeah, no, this is dead lost. So that's it. Yeah. Rook c1, incoming, and that's it. No, Schroeder resigns very quickly. Let me switch over to the other games. What? Are they still playing? Okay, they're not. Let me try to very quickly catch the final phase of the game. Black is up a queen. Wait, just a second. This is wrong cam. Apologies about that. I have no way of telling which is the right cam here. Oh, sorry about that. There's a lag here. There's nothing I can do about this. At least you can see the position. Once I'll try to get the correct feed of the video. Queen d6. Black should be winning, but this pawn on c6 is looking really, really dangerous. King b7, I guess, should be easy move. King b7. Or king b5. Wait a second. How do you win this position now? Is it even winning? So definitely, Vincent Kiemer is not playing this for the win. He's trying to survive because the black queen can always deliver. A perpetual check. And I'm curious. Let's say even if black manages to win the pawn on c6, even if he manages to do that, I just positioned the rook on h4. How are you gonna try to break my fortress? Rook h4 protects everything. Bring the king to g2. Is that even winning? So of course, Vincent is not going to try to test this out. He'll try to keep the pawn on c6 alive. But even if he loses the pawn, that is not very clear. Might be a fortress, but I'll tell you this. If you haven't studied this particular endgame, nobody's sure. You're just not sure. And if you're not sure, you're trying not to go there. And I think Vincent has misplayed this. Queen b2 check. Now the pawn on h2 is not falling, so king c7 will have to be played. Now rook h4 has to be played. Now build a fortress, but the king is now on the other side of the board. Yeah, but now the king is on a5. It's in the mating net. So this might be just as well lost. So Nickel is double checking. The pawn on c6 is lost. King a4, I guess, was played to avoid any queen b5 mate in 1. So there was a simple mate threatening. Yeah, they're playing very quickly. The relay is a little behind. Yeah, no, this is completely winning. This should be completely winning because the problem for white is the king. And probably there's going to be some kind of a zugzwang. So king a4 is going to be queen a6 mate. and rook on h4 cannot keep the fortress. So if we could somehow magically get the king to g2, I have a feeling that this could be some kind of a fortress, although I'm not 100% sure. Rook f4, okay, still Nikal needs to show a technique. So it's quite amazing is that we have all the decisive scores so far. And he resigns, or he lost on time. What happened here? I'm not sure what happened here. I think he lost on time, did he now? Maybe I can try to zoom in. I apologize about that. Yeah, that looks like 000 on the clock. So there's no way I can tell this for sure, but I can only zoom in the cam and see that Nikal Sarin wins it, but probably it already was winning. So for example, I was thinking about idea like king f3, king g2, and played really smart at the right moment to sacrifice the queen. So for example, let's say I'm gonna play for white, I don't know, something like this, here, here, king g1, here, and try to find the right moment to play queen g2. Now rook h7 is impossible, right? That's a check. So you cannot do that. So here, after queen g2, let's say white tries to run closer. Now you sacrifice the queen. The question is, can I do this? Yeah, the engine says you cannot do it. It's not very obvious to me from afar. Okay, now it becomes obvious. Yeah, now this is a draw. The king makes it here, and that becomes a draw. But I think this idea of sacrificing the queen might work. Maybe something like h5. And probably white cannot take on h5. There's going to be some kind of a way to win the rook. Maybe some check, 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 and try to win the rook. I don't know really. But if white doesn't take it and he plays something like here, now you can sacrifice the queen. I think so. So takes, takes. And the black king makes it just in time to protect f1 square. And this pawn march is deciding the game. Right. Not sure exactly when is going to start the next round. Maybe I can try to find it out. So we are playing 7 rounds. I mean, they're playing 7 rounds. I'm doing the commentary. They're playing 7 rounds, round robin. And the results of the first round is that Kirill Alexeyenko beat Gatakamsky with white. Noel Studer was playing with white against Alan Peugeot, and he got out of the trouble. But yeah, I think he made a decisive mistake in the time trouble anyway. Maxime Lagarde beat Boris Gelfand in this game. We didn't check it until then, did we now? Let me then just open it. How did this happen? So we left it here. So black just won the pawn on a2. I mean, white simply sacrificed the pawn. And I was looking for some kind of attack at the king side. So the engine says bishop a6 apparently is a great move. I guess it makes sense to activate the bishop, maybe something like queen g3. But from the human perspective, it really does look dangerous because all the white's pieces, I mean, the rook on f1, the rook on f2, the queen on g3, the knight on e5, the pawn on f5, the bishop on c1, everything is looking towards the black king. So it's very difficult to play. Yeah, so this didn't happen. And after bishop c1, Gelfand played rook a1, probably with the idea that after the bishop is going to go away, he's going to trade a couple of rooks and he's in the defensive task. Bishop f4 takes. But I have a feeling that black should be solid enough. So they got this position. Now the bishop is probably going to h3. Obviously, white is not going to trade queens. Queen d3, so there's still a struggle. There's knight g6 threatening. Now knight g4 apparently is a blunder. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. Gelfand blunder bishop h3. And that's it. And that's it. That's all she wrote. So you cannot play knight takes on e5. Because there's going to be bishop takes on e6 check. So knight g4 appears to be a big mistake. Instead, he should have played something like rook c7. Rook c7 so that knight g6 takes, queen g6. There's going to be bishop g7. But yeah, white appears to be already ahead. So instead he blundered, he played knight g4. And now this pin is probably decisive. Plus the king is very weak. Plus there's also some rook f8 ideas at some moment. And that's it. Yeah, he just lost a piece. Just took it. He tried to complicate the game. And the problem for black is this unfortunate placement of the king. Because the pawn on d3 is very powerful, but with the queens on the board and having such an exposed king, I don't think black has any chances to save the game. Bishop d5, nice. Yeah, queen d5, there's going to be mate. So you're going to do that. Rook f8, rook f8 is mate on the board. Yeah, and this is actually, wait, this happened? Oh, wait, he resigned, I think. Yeah, he resigned here. Alrighty, so the opponents are getting ready for the next game. Let me try to get the live feed. Let me remove the boards and try to find for you so we have Kirill Alexienko against Noel Studer, so I'm gonna switch on this game. Okay, this time it's gonna be more smooth. There you go. Oh, just a second. And again, Kirill plays a 4. Is it some kind of a preparation? He already played it against Gatakomsky. The 4, d5. Wait. Am I seeing it correctly? Is this the normal position? It can't be, right? Or maybe there's some issues. No, this is there's something wrong. No, I'm pretty sure that Kirill wouldn't play f4 g4. I mean, I don't understand. Maybe he wants to play f4 d5, whatever. I mean, play this setup. But g4, I'm pretty sure Kirill is too strong to play something like this. Yeah, this is a glitch. Okay, I mean, Chess960, what do you want? Just a second. Let me try to find an alternative source. Maybe there's gonna be the actual board. No, I think it's actually chess.com having issues here. Just a second. I'm gonna again switch the scenes. Alrighty, let me remove this one, and switch on this one. Okay, and we had a game between okay, now this makes a lot more sense, right? Now this makes a lot more sense. Now f4 g4 actually makes a lot more sense than having from the starting position. So that's Kirill is not really messing with his opponent, but f4 g4 actually make a lot of sense because the queen of g1 and the rook of f1 stands. So this is the actual position. So I don't know why chess.com is sending the wrong info. Let me double check it. So white is fighting for space advantage. F4, G4, it makes sense because you free the queen on G1, the rook on F1, so I guess E4 is gonna happen as well. I like Kirill's approach. All right. So I'm not sure what to make of this position. I imagine that white wants to play... Oh, sorry about that. Not sure how to draw arrows here. So I guess white wants to play E4. And get some space advantage. So I think Noel is thinking here. Already, check this out. I mean, he is down on the clock by 3 minutes. Yeah, already trying to figure out. I'm not sure I really like the king on b8. I mean, the c6 d5 approach, it weakens the king. Let me maybe try to... Yeah, okay, there we go. Yeah, so this king on b8 is slightly weak. So actually, white could be thinking about some ideas like f5, bishop f4, and try to immediately cause some problems. All right, let's maybe check. Oh, there's an interesting position by Alain Peixoto against Maxime Lagarde. Let's check that game, if I'm gonna find it. Oh, which board is this? What? So I have a difficulty to find the board. Okay, there we go. There's the board. And let's switch over to this board. And this is a complete mess. I mean, how do you get this position? Let's check how did this happen. I mean, I didn't understand this position. So that's why it's Chess960. And check this out. So he started with E4, F4, and G4. Now, this is quite amazing. Fighting for space advantage right away. And Kirill Alexeyenko actually started with F4 and G4. Yeah, so maybe let me try to do this one. Oh. And I think I can already switch back to the chess.com relay. Let me try to prepare that. So it's going to be a little jumping here and there. Everything seems to be ready. Let's go here. And here. There you go. Now the game is promised Alain Peixoto against Maxime Lagarde. Okay, so let's check what happened here. So last time we checked it, it was E4, F4, G4. Now the only thing which white would make extremely happy is H4 as well. Well, he didn't play it. Takes, G5. Now there's H4, okay. Well, that is modern chess, but I mean, jokes aside, do you know how the way of thinking of a lot of players has been changed by the modern engines, the super engines, they really advocate for aggressive pawn push and fight for the space advantage right away. So I don't know, maybe this is how they are thinking about how they should play this e4, f4, g4. No, this I understand, but h4, okay, I mean, this looks a bit weird because white is sort of underdeveloped here, right? Well, the same can be said for black as well, but so it's a very aggressive fight for the center. So we have the 7 moves of the pawn. So let's check this out. So it's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. And finally, the first bishop is developed right here on the 8th move. Knight c6, queen c5. Not sure I like this move. Now there's some bishop d4 problems. So bishop d4, the queen could be in trouble. Oh wait, where are we seeing the other board? Yeah, I think it should be this one. Yeah, so I think this is the actual position. Yeah, this queen c5 I didn't really like. So again, black is closer reaching some kind of a normalcy because he can already castle long, by the way. So king c8, rook d8. Not sure if he has to. He could play something like a5, a4 as well. Fight for space advantage, bring the rook out to a5. Maybe even d4, imprison the queen, and then try to get to it. Now that looks quite interesting. So he castled long, okay. I'm not sure if that was necessary, but again, I think it really makes sense that the players are reaching some kind of a normal position, which is easier to play. And this is a rapid game, so that's quite important. Yeah, so black's position is to be preferred, definitely. Let me check if there's something else funny here. No, this looks quite interesting. Let me find you the board. That's not it. That's not it. That's it. Yeah, Boris Gelfand against Vincent Kiemer. Yeah, so I can look at the Chess960 games all day because they're very original with rich possibilities. So the player who is feeling in the most artistic mood probably is going to take it down. So what happened in the opening phase? Let me check it. Wow. d4, e3. Knight d3, knight c3, okay. Knight c5 right away. I like this. So there's a fork on d7 threaded right after the opening. Now, where have you seen an opening, a seemingly normal opening, when you can already threaten the fork on the 5th move on d7? Probably nowhere. Only in Chess960. So knight f6 protects against it. f3, b6. Whoa, on e4. So the bishop goes away, and now the pawn will have to be sacrificed. Something like knight b3, I imagine. Knight b3 takes. And the question is, what do you do now? Because if you take it, black simply wins the pawn and possessions the bishop on b7. Maybe something like a4. a4, a5? Yeah, I'm not sure. Not sure really what to make of this position. Wow. And then we have a game of Gata Kamsky against Nicola Sarin. And this, again, is one true oddity. Let me switch it here. How do you get these positions? Let me switch the cam. If I'm going to find them. Yep, there they are. So Gata is definitely improvising big time here. So the knight on c2, the rook on a3, he didn't even castle short. d4. Now let's check how did they get here. e4, g3. Okay, this I understand. And now f5 right away, fighting for space advantage. Now that is interesting. Knight e3, a4. Oh, that is interesting. Rook a3, wow. Rook a3 with the idea to play c3, push away the knight so that it doesn't jump to b3. Apparently this is how you get a position. g4. I'm not sure I like the last black's move, g takes on f5, because this opens the bishop on h1, but okay, maybe black didn't have anything better. Takes. f6, so he probably is thinking of getting the bishop to h6. What is happening here? There's a question in the chat if there's any Chess960 rating. Not sure. Probably not. I don't think there's such Chess960 rating, is there? So probably it really depends how much experience the players they have had in Chess960 before. Now, for example, me, I had very limited experience. I've played maybe in my lifetime about 20 games. Yeah, really, really little. So it definitely takes huge imagination. And at least what I'm seeing, Gatakamsky is probably the player with one of the biggest imaginations, at least so far. He's getting these weird positions. I mean, who plays rook a3, c3, knight c2, d4, g4? I mean, it really takes a lot of creativity to play something like this. So he played c4. Yeah, I'm not sure what's the idea. I guess get the rook out, maybe. I'm not sure even if c5 is a threat. Maybe his idea is to play c5 and after takes, take on e5. Can I try to do that? For example, probably it's ridiculous. But let's say here, can I do this? So c5, my idea was to sacrifice the pawn and then take on e5 and establish connected pawns at the king side. So some kind of an oddity here. I don't know. Cannot understand what's happening here. So bishop h6 was played. That makes sense, of course. The bishop is coming out. But I think the problem for black might be the exposed king. Maybe something like rook b3. Yeah, why don't you play here rook b3? Rook b3, try to bother the pawn on b7. And then after bishop c6. Yeah, I don't know what to do after bishop c6. All right. Now let's check maybe some other oddities here. A master check game by Suruya Ganguly. He's not playing here, so I cannot show his game. It's only Nihal Sarin is the only Indian player, at least in the Grandmaster tournament. By the way, I didn't mention this at the start. Is that next, I think it was Tuesday. Yeah, next Tuesday starts not only the classical portion, but also the open tournament. So the open tournament is going to be very, very strong. Yeah, but open tournament hasn't yet started yet. So some people are asking me in the chat to show the games. They're not playing yet. At least I think so. At least I think so. Maybe I'm mistaken. Would be the first time. And last year's winner of the Yeah, the last year's winner of the Grandmaster Triathlon. This combination of all three tournaments, it was won by Radoslav Wojtaszek, and you probably are wondering, where is Radoslav right now? Well, he is in the FIDE World Cup today, fighting against Magnus Carlsen in tiebreaks. So I imagine if he wasn't playing in the World Cup, he'd probably be here because he won it last year, and I imagine he has great memories from the tournament. Wow. So we have. How do you get this position? I mean, 95, bishop c1 on 97. So the 97 is stranded, the bishop on c1 is stranded, queen g7 was played. I don't know, I guess go back. 95, now this is a huge mess. So I understand what's happening here. Okay, let's change another game. Let's see which is the most exciting game. Let me visually allow to inspect. Now, the game we didn't check yet. Maybe we can switch back to Kirill Alexyenko against Noel Studer. And I'll try to find the cam. Nope, wrong cam. Oh yeah, I think this is one. Okay. So it seems sort of normal position. So White is definitely enjoying some space advantage. Yeah, I think we left it right after the opening. I was questioning Noel's approach by weakening the king by playing c6, d5. Knight f3 takes. White is enjoying some space advantage. e5. The queens get traded. Now, about this position, the knight on e6, it really feels good. Yeah, so that's sort of an outpost for the black knight. The problem is this bishop on g7 is not doing anything, and white is enjoying space advantage here. By the way, I want to mention is that I'm not showing you any evaluation bar because it keeps changing all the time, so I'm not sure if you would find it to be extremely useful. So I can already tell without the bar that the white is definitely enjoying it here. And in the live board, you can see it, by the way. This evil bar, it's there. This light strike, it's there. Yeah, the time control is 15 plus 5. So knight e2, rook f3, rook h3. Yeah, I think this was a bad choice. So Noel played bishop h6, and now the bishop goes back. Oh wait, isn't the pawn on a7 under attack now? So he played a long castle. Now the question is, can't I just take the pawn for free? Apparently I can. At least it looks to me that this is a very much playable move. Maybe include rook d8 first. Rook d8 seemingly has been played, and I'm pretty sure that Kirill will snatch the pawn on a7. Because the king side is sort of closed. And if I see correctly, that again, Noel is in huge time trouble. Not sure we are not getting the feed. Again, let me try to zoom it in. This is I guess this is the only way how I can definitely. Yeah, I'm not seeing it. Yeah, I'm not seeing it. It's too dark. It's too far away. So sometimes the official relay shows the wrong clocks. So I'm not really sure if Noel is already in such a huge time trouble. right after the opening. But he appears to be in time trouble. Yeah, so now he is down a pawn, so white can play something like c3, maybe bishop e3, knight e4 to protect the pawn on f4, and then put the knight on d4. Now this is a terrible position for Noel. So he is definitely struggling. He's struggling at the start. Yeah, and c3 is a very easy move. Maybe even something like king goes here, and then knight e4. Looks definitely a playable move. Bishop f8. Okay, let's maybe check another game. So Kirill is definitely looking great and on his way to score a win. And maybe let's go back to Boris Gelfand against Vincent Keimer. Oh. This is not it. Here we go. Yeah, as we can see in the cam, definitely, I think that is Noel's position. He is in huge time trouble. 7 seconds, the position is very bad. So it's quite clear that Noel is struggling. So right now we are looking at Boris's position against Vincent Keimer. Yeah, and apparently Noel has lost. So yeah, we see on the clock Noel has lost it. Yeah, but my feed is jumping everywhere. Yeah. Okay. King b1. Now, what to make of this position? So this is a very good bishop on f3. And there's a pin. But that's a very nice outpost on d5. c6. You know, I would choose black. I would choose black here. And Boris is slightly in time trouble here. Yeah, it's 2 minutes and 40 something seconds on the clock. I don't like a white's position. Because for black it's quite easy. So the knight on b4 is going to go away. Maybe knight a6, knight c7. Maybe something like rook d8 and try to bother this pawn on d4. Very easy game. So white needs to show something. I don't know, maybe something like g4, bishop e4, try to bother the pawn here. So he plays bishop e4 right away. Probably with the idea to take twice on d5 and maybe activate the bishop. Yeah, so I see there's a request to see the Nikhil Sarin's position. Yeah, this is gonna be a game we are gonna check next. So I'll try to cover every single game as much as I can, but I just don't want to jump too much between the games so that you can also try to follow one game. Maybe I'll just check what is happening in Nikhil's game. Oh, wait, I can do it like this. I can select it in the small screen. So that is Nikhil's game. That is Nikhil's game, the small screen. I was intending to keep this live board just for the live feed and the big board for analysis, but I guess in Chess960, in Rapid, things are changing so quickly. So in the small board, the live board, we are seeing the game between Gatakamsky against Nikhil Sarin. So Nikhil Sarin appears to be I don't know what to make of this position. I wanted to say he has managed to take over. This knight on b4 made a really wonderful impression to me, but I started to count pawns. Oh, but it's equal, right? Yeah, then I guess nickel is better. Probably. Not sure. So in the meantime, Gelfand takes on d5. Yeah, and if black didn't manage to put the rook on d5 and recapture the piece, then I guess white is doing okay. Okay, maybe let's switch over to Nikal Saren's game. And here we go. Oh, just a second. Why is it? Oh, sorry about that. My cams are a bit lagging. So that is Boris Gelfand, obviously. I'm trying to find Nikal Saren in the feed. Maybe it's gonna update it. So the last move by Gatikamsky was Rook a3, but Nikal Saren appears to be in huge time trouble. Just a second, where's the feed? Ah, there it is. So Nikal Saren appears to be in huge time trouble. It's only 16 seconds on the clock. But he is one of the fastest players. I mean, Nikal Saren has definitely scored really, really well in various online tournaments. He's really a beast. So I don't think something like 20 seconds is going to be a big issue for him. Rook c8. I'm not sure if I'm playing here with white. I'm thinking about how should I activate the queen. Maybe something like queen e2, queen b5. But then again, the question is, why can't I just take the pawn on d6? Just take it. It's a free pawn, right? What happened here? So he played c5. Probably the idea that after d takes is going to happen this one. And this idea I already mentioned to you. To play g5, f6, maybe not g5 right away, but at least the idea. I have very powerful pawns. And he takes it. C takes on d6. Nikal didn't take on c5 because this would allow white to establish a very strong pawn center. Not a pawn center, but pawn chain at the king side. And Saren is trying to take over the game and goes for a counter-attack. So he was threatened with a mate. Well, now white defends it. e4. No, this is looking fishy. Why e4? I guess he wasn't happy with d takes on d4, queen takes on d4. So this is why he played e4, bishop e4, and that's it. White is simply up 2 pawns. So Saren is about to lose. I think so, because white is enjoying 2 extra pawns. He's up on the clock, and black doesn't have any compensation. Yeah, rook c1 is a great move, because rook c3 would allow black to play queen a2 mate. Probably. So rook c1 is played. Queen b5, rook c8. Now that's a trade. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. What a nice shot. Rook c8 check and queen f4 check. Now let me show you this again. I didn't see this, by the way, right away. But so, I mean, obviously Gatakamsky is a much stronger player than I am. So he found a very beautiful idea. Now check this out. Now seemingly black is sort of holding this together, right? So now he gave a check, not a check, attack the queen. Queen b5, rook c8 check, rook c8, and intermezzo check, queen f4. So rook c7 allows white to queen. King a7, white simply takes it, and there is no rook d6, there's no queen e5. Really amazing. Amazing shot, but I think Kamsky was in charge for the entire game. Okay, let's check. what is happening in the game. A lumpy shot against Maxime Lagarde. We left this game a long time ago. And let me try to find the feed. That's not it. That's it. So white appears to be having something extra. Like 2 pawns, right? If my Grandmaster calculation is correct. Wait, that's again the wrong board. Just a second. I'm trying to find the board. No, that's not it. So both players are down at the last minute. White is up a pawn. After the game, we are gonna check how did this happen. In the meantime, I'll try to find the feed for the board. Yeah, there it is. Okay. So queen b6. I guess the threat is to take another pawn, maybe even push a5, a6. So Alain Pichot actually is looking to take the lead in the tournament because he won the first round against Noel Studer. And now he has 2 extra pawns. So that would be a dream start for the Argentinian Grandmaster. And that's a third pawn. Queen takes on e5. I really like this approach. If you don't know what to do, just take as many pawns as you can. Yeah, Niklas Sarin lost. So there was a question in the chat. And, oh, nice. b6 comes with a queen a5 check and queen a7. Not sure if Maxime Lagarde missed that, but he might have not any choice. So that's it. I think he just, yeah, he resigns. That's it. That's the beautiful handshake. Apparently, you've probably seen some videos from the World Cup how people are trying to shake the hands. But yeah, this is normally how everybody is greeting the opponent before and after the game. Okay, let me... I think all the games are finished, right? All the games are finished, and the game we missed is Boris Gelfand has beaten Vincent Kiemer. How did this happen? How did this happen? Now, we left it at a middle game where I had a feeling that Vincent Kiemer was doing really good. Takes, bishop f4. Probably still equal. Yeah, around here we left it. So that was interesting. Boris Gelfand sacrificed the pawn. So after queen e6, he sacrificed the pawn on d4, allowed black to create a battery of the queen and the bishop, but the black king is very much exposed. Still, I think black should be doing okay here. Take. So I imagine that rook c5 probably was a mistake by the young German. Not really sure what he had to play. Maybe something like rook c4. Rook c4 and then recapture the d pawn. Actually, rook c4 makes a lot of sense. So after rook c5, his idea was to double the rooks at the c file. But now after rook c5, he has no way to recapture because after b takes, there's going to be queen b5 check. And after queen c5, rook c1, there's another problem. So I imagine he simply missed a simple trade that white can simply take on c5. Queen d3. Yeah, now rook c7 is just killing. Now the mate on b2 is something that white needs to watch out. King a8, king a8. King a8 allows white to execute a mate. Queen a6 and a mate. Yeah, that's it. So quite unexpectedly, Vincent Kiemer collapsed. So his decisive mistake was here. Yeah, so I still think the position was good. Just play rook c4. Yeah, rook c4, and now after rook c4, you can recapture the pawn. But still after rook d1, rook d7, queen d7, especially in time trouble, all that matters is who holds the initiative, and it's white. So that was really a great sacrifice of a pawn by the experienced Israeli grandmaster. Yeah, so Kirill Alexienko beat Noel Studer. And maybe let's check again what happened in the game of Alain Pichot against Maxime Lagarde, because Lagarde was doing really good. So I like his position after the opening. Around here, I just like this, because black is enjoying a very good structure in the center. And somehow white started to take a lot of pawns. Oh my goodness, b4. So that's one pawn. Not sure for whatever reason. Why did he have to give it just like that? Just a pawn. Yeah, this I don't understand. So that's one pawn. The queen on a5 is disconnected. But it's very difficult for black to make a good use of this. Oh my goodness, there's some craziness happening here. And now white started to take over the game. And that's the second pawn, and that's the third pawn. Okay, this is how it happened. I guess all of problems for the French GM started by sacrificing the pawn and trying to imprison the white queen, but it didn't really work out. All right, let me see if there's a feed for the next round. Maybe this time we're gonna start it a little smoother. Let me remove this one. And see if there's a third round available. At the moment, it's not. So we're still waiting for that. Okay, maybe I can simply switch it back and wait for it until it appears. So if my calculations is correct, then Alain Pichot is leading the tournament 2 out of 2. Kirill Alexienko also has 2 points. Yeah, Gata Kamsky has 1, Boris Gelfand has 1, Noel Studer has, unfortunately, 2 losses, and Winston Kiemer has suffered 2 losses as well. Okay, I guess I'll need to refresh. Okay, I guess I just need to refresh the board. This is how it works. Oh, just a second. I just need to refresh. All right, so who we have here? It's Vincent Kiemer against Alain Pichot. Okay, let's follow that game. At the start. Okay, at least we are able to follow it right after the opening. So Vincent is struggling. He's struggling definitely. So he is a very bright young player from Germany. And it's difficult. I imagine it's very difficult to start such a very strong tournament against such a powerful opposition. And right now, things are gonna probably get even more difficult for Vincent because he's playing against one of the leaders. So what happened here? B3, C4. It's quite interesting that the bishop is immediately creating some friction against the opposing queen, and the same did black. Played b6 as quickly as possible so that the opposing side has some issues to develop the queen. All right, e3. I guess the idea is to bring out the Latsko bishop. Maybe something like bishop f3 to counter this bishop's activity here. And black gonna do the same. So maybe actually this is why he made a slight inaccuracy. He played knight f6, because if he wanted to do that, he could have played e6 and bishop f6. And now after knight f6, he could do that. Oh, wow. h6. I guess the idea is to play queen h7, queen f5. This is something you're not gonna see in normal chess, right? Quite an amazing opening. Yeah, so far we have played 2 rounds. And in total, there's going to be 7 rounds. It's a round-robin tournament of 8 players. Again, let me remind you who is playing in the tournament. It's Noel Studer, Gata Kamsky, Maxim Lagarde, Kirill Alexeyenko, Vincent Kiemer, Alain Pichot, Sari Nikhal, and Boris Gelfand. H4. Knight c6. I mean, I understand h4 because white is trying to bring out the queen and maybe also counter some space advantage ideas. Yeah. So you're probably wondering if the opponents have some preparation. Probably not. I don't think so. I think they're improvising right away. Maybe they have some ideas, some setups in their mind, but it's literally impossible to prepare. So they have a choice either to play some very creative chess, some random moves, and see where is it gonna lead, or try to get a normal position as quickly as possible. But there's the trick. Now, let's say I'm aiming for a normal position, but the trick is it's not only helping me, it's also helping my opponent. So that's why probably the best players in the world, they're trying to get something out of the position while the position is weird. So white play bishop f3. Let me check. Maybe there's again some oddities happening on the boards. Now this is interesting. Now let's switch over to Noel Studer's game against Gata Kamsky. And white just willingly... Oh wait, that's a bishop trade. Okay. I wanted to say that white willingly gave up his dark square bishop. I just realized black played bishop takes an f6. White played bishop takes an f6 and traded the bishops. So this is not it. Oh, sorry about that. Now I need to find them. So which board is it? Okay, I found it. G4. Now that is a one very creative way to bring the queen into the game. So both opponents have traded the bishops. So there was one bishop trade, there was the second bishop trade, and G4. So maybe his idea is to play something like G5, G5, H4, Queen H3. I like this. This looks quite interesting. The knight on B1 at the moment is not developed. I guess H4 is going to be played very quickly. Or maybe actually something like G5, knight G5. Now probably H4, probably H4. So Gata at the moment is standing on 1 point. Noel is struggling at the start. So H4 was played, indeed, as I thought. And White is thinking about ideas to push G5. Now, actually, I was wondering why Black cannot play H5. So, for example, instead of knight C6, I was thinking about H5. So this is a very typical idea in such positions. The point is, now after H5, if G takes, the pawn on H5 can be recaptured and the white is left with a weakness. And if white plays G5, there's knight G4, and this knight on G4 could be difficult to get rid of. So that would be my suggestion. All right. So again, let's switch back to the game. So Gata didn't play this. He played knight C6. But okay, I mean, the position seems to be quite equalish. Anyway. And actually, it looks very similar to what is happening in the game between Maxime Lagarde against Kirill Alexeyenko. Let's switch over to that game, because the pawn structure is exactly the same. So b3, c4 appears to be the choice of all players. Let me just find the game. There it is. Oh, just a second. Pretty sure I found it. And the king walks already right at the start. So knight b4 was played. So it looks quite similar. Now g4, g5. Bishop f3, h5. So that's a pawn sacrifice. White decided, okay, why not take it? I mean, he accepted the pawn right away after g takes. Knight e6. Maybe the idea was to play something like knight f5, knight h4. I mean, I don't know. Knight b4. Oh, this is interesting because it's impossible to recapture. Knight b4, c takes the bishop on a1 is under attack. You can play it. Something like knight e2, bishop a1, and the queen on h8 stands and protects the bishop. So that's why white played king e2. And we are about getting very close to knight e3, king d3, and now this would be something, right? So the white king is walking right at the start of the game. But look at the opponents. I mean, they look really bored, right? How can you be bored here? Because the white king is about to stand on d3 and they just play like they get these positions every day. I bet they don't. Or maybe they're just very concentrated. Yeah, probably. Yeah, so Kirill at the moment, he is evaluating his possibilities. The problem, I think what he's wondering right now, what is he going to do with the bishop on a8? And I think this is something which is making him perhaps slightly regret the decision to play knight b4, because let's check it here. So knight b4 is a very tempting move. After knight b4, he's threatening to take on d3. Now knight b4 cannot be recaptured, but now this issue with the bishop still remains. Now how do you solve it? So this very annoying pin. Maybe something like knight f5, knight h4. Now this is a move which I was recommending in another line. I guess we'll see. He took it. He took it, knight d3, king d3, and already by move, which is it? So by move 10, we have some kind of a hyper-accelerated bomb cloud on the board, because white willingly played king e2 and king takes on d3. And what makes it even more exciting, what is okay. Quite incredible. We have an actual bomb cloud. All right. Now, there are other players as well. All right, now this is looking really, really weird. How did this happen? There's a bishop on a8. So that's Vincent Kiemer against Alain Pichot. Let's switch over to that game. Let me just find the game first. Okay, here it is. And somehow white's light square bishop is standing on a8. I don't know how that happened. So we had sort of a normal position, which is pretty much repeating in every single game. And now after g5, okay, I think we already saw something like this. Knight b5. Oh, knight a7. So that's nice. Knight a7 and bishop a8. So white won a pawn, but he's still missing the pawn on h4, so it's still material equality. e5. No, I don't like this move. Why do you play e5 here? Now check out this bishop on d8. What is happening here? I have a feeling the black is playing checkers. So many pieces are standing on the black squares. I don't like this move e5. I think it yeah, but again the question is, how do you activate this bishop? Maybe something like this, bishop f6, but this is too slow and too long. So I have a feeling that Pichot has completely misplayed the opening, and players at his level, they know this. So there is not like they don't have any illusions. So I think his body language also tells that he is not very happy with the outcome. And by the way, this knight on a7 also is in huge trouble. Rook c7. Are we gonna see queen b8? Oh wow. Now he took the pawn, I think. Queen b7, rook c7. I was rooting for queen b8 really. Queen b6. Now, I'm not sure. I'm not sure I like this. I mean, black's position is bad. Why is that? Because he has a lot of weaknesses of the light squares. And this bishop, poor guy, is never going to join the game. And a white wins a pawn, right? Queen b7 is very tempting, attacking the knight on a7. But now, after queen b6, let's say something like even knight c8, this bishop can always come back in the game. There's some issues at the king side. So if I was playing here with white, I would be probably trying to play it more patient. But then again, how do you play it? I was thinking something like maybe bishop f3. Bishop f3 and try to take the... Although, yeah, there's also the bishop pin. h5, g5, knight g5. I mean, I guess that's why I'm not playing in the tournament and they are. Because they understand these positions better. But it's very difficult to play perfect chess. I mean, for most of the part, I have a feeling that the players, they're making semi-blunders. all the time. I mean, okay, obviously not big blunders, but semi blunders because it's impossible to see all the moves. So there's so many rich possibilities that they're, oh, okay, there's this move. Okay. So, okay, let's just play this position. So I don't think they're seeing everything. Knight g4, king e2. Is it going to go to d3? The knight on a7 is still out of the game for black. The h pawn is not going anywhere. All right. So king e2. So I think that Vincent is looking in a good shape to score the first point here because I don't really understand how black can try to be, yeah, I guess push the h pawn. He just played h3, h2, but once the h pawn will be stopped, I mean, this bishop on the 8 is such a terrible piece, and the knight on a7 is completely disconnected. So this is an opening disaster for Alan. All right, let's see what other oddities we have here. So the last game, which I didn't check yet, is Michal Sarin against Boris Gelfand. Let me find the feed. There you go. Okay, this time I'm slightly more proficient. And how did I get here? Okay. Okay, this is at least something new because all three other games they played b3 and c4. So finally we have something else. Okay. So I guess the threat is to play e5, win a piece. Wait, that's a pawn sacrifice, right? I don't think Michal blundered this. Did he? No, maybe he did. Because I don't see exactly what he has. Let me go back. I don't understand this. So he played h4, knight e6, and queen h2. Maybe he had nothing better because apparently he had made a mistake here by playing h4 because after knight e6 he has some issues with the pawn on e4. Oh, so this is what happened here. He didn't blunder this. He had no choice because now after d3 there's going to be some g6 and this knight on c3 is in trouble. So it cannot go away. The bishop on a1 is lost. So that's why I think this is what happened here, is that he had no choice. He got overly ambitious at the king side. He played h4 with the idea to activate the queen, maybe play knight g5, and after knight a6, he simply missed that he doesn't have a sufficient defense of the pawn on e4. Like he had to sacrifice it. So this is what we call a forced sacrifice. And he's also in huge time trouble. So tournament-wise, how Michal is doing right now. So he lost in the second round and won the first. So he has right now 1 point out of 2. We also don't need to forget. By the way, this is a meeting between two players from the World Cup because both of them played in the FIDE World Cup in Sochi. My memory is a little bit hazy. I don't remember when Boris lost. I think Michal lost to Dmitry Andreikin in the third round, and Boris Gelfand lost to Vladislav Artemyev. I think so. I don't remember which round was it. Maybe round 4, maybe round 3. I mean, I don't remember the entire 3, but yeah, they were playing in the FIDE World Cup, so now they flew to Biel. And if my calculations were correctly, four participants of the Grandmaster Triathlon So it's Boris Gelfand, Nikhil Sarin, Kirill Alexeyenko, and who was the fourth? And Alain Pichot, yeah, I think so. Yeah, and Alain Pichot, I think, were the participants of the FIDE World Cup. If I made a mistake, I apologize. So I'm saying from memory. All right, so 94 was played. Nikhil is struggling here. He's down on 2 minutes. So there's going to be a miracle needed for the young Indian grandmaster to save the game. And let's check maybe one of the leaders of the tournament, Maxime Lagarde against Kirill Alexeyenko. So the white king was on d3. You probably remember that, right? Let me try to... Oh, that's wrong. Yep, that's it. So last time we left it, it was here. So the white king was on d3. So we had some kind of a bomb cloud. And now it goes back. Because on d3 it wasn't really feeling so secure. And white is still keeping the pawn on h5 alive. And black is still struggling to develop the last square bishop. Queen h6. So black's plan is to play b6 now that the bishop on a8 is twice defended by rooks. And after the bishop trade, now he wants to recapture pawn on h5. And this is why Lagarde played e4. Now, let me tell you this was not Lagarde's plan all along. So this is something you don't make out of good life. So if he's going to trade the last square bishop, he's going to lose the pawn on h5 and probably the pawn on h3 as well. He knows this is an ugly move. But it simply he didn't have a choice. So at least he keeps the pawn on h5 alive. Now bishop d4, f6. So I guess the idea is to reroute the knight, knight f7, knight f7, knight e5. Yeah, the chat is writing that Boris and Nikhil lost in round 3. Yeah. So it was round 3. Yeah, because I was following the FIDE World Cup. I'm still following it quite closely. Some results I remember, some I just don't. So yeah, like I already mentioned, for Alexeyenko, I imagine the World Cup this time was a disappointment because last World Cup he played really fantastically. I think he made it to the... Was it the quarterfinal or semifinal? At least to the quarterfinal. And then he had this amazing score in the 2019 FIDE Grand Swiss by finishing in the 3rd place, if I remember correctly, and this gave him the wild card from the Russian Federation to participate in the FIDE Candidates tournament. So this time he lost in the again, my memory is the case, I think it was the 2nd round against Mikhail Krasenko. So f6, what just happened here? Knight b5. I guess white was concerned about the threat of knight f7, knight e5. Trade. And white still has the pawn on h5, and this is, I guess, all that matters. The more pieces Lagarde is trading, the more his extra pawn weighs. So that's why Alexeyenko is seeking some kind of a counterplay at the queen side. c4. And Alexeyenko is actually down on the clock. He is something like 2 minutes and 40 seconds against Lagarde's 5 minutes. So also here potentially we might see a loss of the leader. I guess we'll see. So we have 2 leaders in the tournament, at least according to my calculation. I don't see the tournament table yet, but Alexeyenko and Pichot, they both set 2 points out of 2. So something could really change in this round. I like this move. So black is activating some counterplay at the queen side and making sure that trying to make a good use the fact that white has the queen disconnected here. So I think it's h takes, f takes, and something like queen e5. So can I do this? Takes, and play something like queen e5. This was my first thought. Attacking the pawn on g5. And now something like rook c5, I guess. Protects the pawn, attacks the pawn. And I don't know, queen d4 maybe? White is definitely ahead. The question is how much? No, but this didn't happen. He played rook c1, took on c8. And maybe that is even stronger because now h takes, f takes, and queen e5 might be even stronger. There might be no rook c5 because of queen b8. I'm not sure what kind of move I need to make. Let's say something like rook c5. There might be queen b8. How do you defend this bishop here? Only queen f8. But this is something that black doesn't want to do. So that was a very strong play by Lagarde. So he is looking great. Score a victory here. All right, let's use the time to switch between the games. Now there's one game which we haven't checked for a while. It is Noel Studer against Gatakamsky. If only I will be able to find a cam. Yep, I found it by the first try. That's it. Now, from the first sight, it's quite obvious that white is better. So there's a beautiful knight placement on c3 and d4. Black can never play e5. There's going to be knight f5. And maybe there might be some ideas like rook e1, rook e3, bother the pawn on e6. Although black has also the square on f4. So like I said, visually I think white is better, but maybe it's not really so simple. And also something we need to take into account is this knight on a5, which is not doing anything. So maybe knight b7, knight d6 will have to be played, or maybe even a6, b5. Still, anything can happen in this position. At least this time, Noel has a better time management, slightly. I mean, he's down in the last minute almost, but in the first two games, he was really struggling. I guess he didn't get out of the opening the way he wanted. Now at least he has a decent position. So definitely he is looking for the first point here. Rook e3, knight e5 was played instantly by Gatakamsky. So the knight on e5 defends the pawn on e6 and also counter-strikes the pawn on g4. What do you play here? I guess f3, but f3 could be some problems here at h5. Well, maybe I just wrongly evaluated the position in favor for white. Maybe it's not even better for white. Now that I look at this, it's not very clear. How do you defend the pawn on g4? And I don't think he wants to take on e6, because this allows black to retreat with the knight to c6. And so, what do you propose here for white? Some sacrifice going for the activity and the clock is ticking? And definitely Noel doesn't want to start 0 out of 3, and this would be a nightmare. So of course, I mean, this tournament is not part of the Grandmaster Triathlon, but it leaves some kind of a stamp, right? I mean, if you start badly the Chess960, it sort of signals you that maybe you're not in the best shape. And since psychology in chess plays a huge part, definitely Noel wants to play really, really well also in Chess960. I think he played f3. By the looks, no, rook e4. But this allows knight b7, knight e6, or knight c5. So yeah, it's becoming clear that Kamsky is in charge, and he played very quickly knight b7. Yeah, this is quite unpleasant. How do you defend here? Now rook e4 doesn't really compute together with f3. Yeah, so I have a feeling that Noah has completely lost the game thread here. Yeah, the body language of White tells it all. He is not happy. He's not happy. But he's a fighter. He's a fighter. He's definitely gonna fight. I mean, what can you do? I mean, you're playing in such a strong tournament where almost every opponent is an ELO favorite. It's very, very difficult. And in Chess960, uh, most of the part is random. I mean, the opening phase. All right. Yeah, the video is a bit lagging. Yeah, rook h3 is a huge move. Now there's another threat is rook h8. There's knight e6. And I really like Kamsky's approach. He's keeping this threat of knight e6, knight c5 hanging in there. Knight e2 just drops the pawn here, no? Maybe even knight d6. Oh, knight g4 he missed. Rook e3 is going to be knight g4. I think this is what Stoller missed here. Exactly. So f takes on g4 is going to be rook takes on e3. Oh dear. Oh dear. Bad news for Switzerland fans, but what can you do? And rook 8. What did he play there? Rook h8, but can't you just take the... Ah, yeah, that's very strong. So f takes is... Wait, what? So I have a feeling there's going to be a beautiful mate. Here, check, here. Ah, there's not even a mate, just take the rook and f1. Oh, that's it. Oh, that's it, yeah, no, Studer resigns. Oh dear. That's unfortunate for the young Swiss player, but... Alright, let's see what else is happening here. So that is the first score. Let's go back to the critical game of Maxime Lagarde against Kirill Alexeyenko. And there's some oddity happening here. I just again need to find a game first. Oh my goodness. What to make of this position? So White has two queens on the board, so there should be some kind of perpetual check, right? F4 check, or maybe White is simply gonna get checked. Oh my goodness, how do you play this position correctly? So Kirill definitely is playing for the win. Probably he knows he should be able to deliver a perpetual check. Queen f1 at least. How do you give a check with the rook? Probably there's no way. Oh, wow. Yeah, I think it's going to be a draw. I don't see how Black can play this for the win. The king's exposed. So, of course, White has the extra queen, but all that matters is the king's safety, and the White king is very much exposed. He plays king e4. He's playing for the win. Oh, but queen f3 check, and we just repeat the position. If I play, then this allows a mate, no? Oh my goodness. There's even king f5. Oh my goodness. Did he really play e5? And the game is finished, is it? Is it not? Or that's a mistake in the relay. Um, no, I don't think Kirill played e5. There's no way. There's no way such an experienced player would play e5, which makes no sense at all. No, no, no. This doesn't happen. This didn't happen. I'm pretty sure there was a draw. There was no e5. Maybe he put the king on e5. I don't know how did it happen, but this should be a draw. At least judging by the looks of Kirill, when you sort of blunder the game like that, you cannot sit so quietly at a board. All right, let's switch to the game. Vincent Kammer against Alain Pichot, where Vincent was winning after the opening, at least I thought he is. And now things are not so simple. No, but White is winning. Again, let me try to find a board for you. That's not it. So this should be it. Yeah. Rook e6, and that's it. A pawn advances. That's it. Vincent Kimmer is scoring a victory against Alain Pichot. So Pichot goes down. And I think my calculations should be correct that, yeah, he resigns. He resigns. The rook is traded, and my calculation should be correct that Alexienko made a draw. The result is not still confirmed, but I don't believe that he played e5. There was some kind of a mistake in the transmission. Probably it was a perpetual check. So I'm not seeing the score here. All right. I'm probably gonna make a small break. While the players are gathering their strengths, and I'm gonna see you in something like 5 minutes. So please stay with me, and I'll be back in a moment. I just All right. All right, we are back. Let's see if the opponents have restarted their games. Just a second. Oh, they're still not there yet. And this will give me just enough time to reload all of the boards. So probably we are gonna start with these ones. Yeah, fortunately I can't reload all the browsers here. And again, let me try to find Gatakamsky's game against wait. Okay, let me remove this one for the time being. Let me try to find Gatakamsky's board. Not here, not here. I guess he's here. That looks like no Studer there, but yeah, for some reason we are still not getting the feed from the first board, but the game has already started, so let me switch it back. Here we go. So Gatakamsky is playing against Boris Gelfand, two chess legends. Yeah, so one of the experienced players in the tournaments are playing against each other. And so I think this should be really, really exciting game. So the time control, again, let me remind you, is 50 minutes plus 5 seconds. We're playing a Chess960 tournament here, which is not really part of the Grandmaster triathlon of the Biel tournament, but this is like a warm-up and still very important tournament for all the participants. So today starts the 54th Biel Chess Festival with Chess960 tournament, or also known by another name, Fisher Random Chess. Tomorrow starts Rapid, and on Tuesday the classical games. So it's not going to be only the classical round-robin tournament between these 8 very strong grandmasters, but also there's going to be a very strong open tournament, or the so-called NTO. All right. So this is what I played, e4. I guess, again, it makes sense because the rook stands at e5. e5, knight g3, knight g6, f3. I imagine white could try to play something like maybe a3, bishop a2, bring out the bishop, because c3, although c3 d4 again is possible. I mean, there's so many ways how you can try to play this out. I'm not sure which route the player is gonna take. I like Boris's approach. So he played knight e6, knight g6, one knight goes to 4, other knight goes to d4. And still not defining the pawn structure just yet. Yeah, the question is, how do you play here if you're Gatakamsky? Again, there's so many ways. I mean, you could play something like knight f5 and d4. You could play c3, d4. You could play a3, bishop a2, seeking some kind of a normalcy. You could play c3, bishop c2, and a4, a5, rook a3, which is something that Gatakamsky already played. So probably he's thinking, what should I choose here? There's so many ways, so many ways. So the other pairs we have in this round, it's Alain Pichot against Nikhil Sarin, Kirill Alexeyenko against Vincent Keimer, and Noel Studer against Maxime Lagarde. So the overall standings are this. Kirill Alexeyenko leads the tournament by 2.5 points. So like I already predicted, in the previous game there was no e5. That was a draw. Alexeyenko played a draw with Maxime Lagarde. Then 3 players are having 2 points. So it's Boris Gelfand, Gatakamsky, and Alain Pichot. So Pichot was the co-leader in the previous round, but he lost to Vincent Keimer. So now two of the so-called peloton, they're fighting against each other. Gelfand against Kamsky. Both of them have 2 points, and this game is really, really critical. Right. Not sure what to mention about the opening phase here. Let's check. Maybe I'll try to find, is there some excitement in other games? Oh yeah, there is. And there is. Now check out this game. Alexienko's pawn. Wait. Alexienko's pawn already is on a5. Let me find the cam. How do you get the pawn on a5? Apparently you can do it very quickly. So I get a 4. And this appears to be a universal recipe by Alexienko, because I recall, I think in all games by White he started with the 4. Maybe my memory is wrong, because he played f4, g4. I think it was the second round, and the first round he also started with the 4. So this is something that apparently he really enjoys. Not sure why. c3, f5. Makes a lot of sense. So White managed to activate his bishop. So at least the way I understand it, it's all about who is getting the space advantage. Because if you're enjoying the space advantage, then it's easier for you to choose how exactly are you gonna position your pieces. And so far Alexienko is doing great. So he played f4, f5, not because he wanted to win the knight on g6, but because he is winning valuable time to gain space advantage, and then he can choose maybe a more flexible way how he can try to develop his pieces. Now I'm looking at Kimmer's position, and I'm thinking, can you play here e5? Now this is a bit hooligan chess, but I would consider this definitely, because it sort of causes some chaos on the board. Maybe, yeah, but it's a pawn sacrifice, right? D takes, f6. Okay, maybe this is too much. Yeah, maybe this is too much. And that's probably the reason why Kimmer played f6, probably with the intentions to play e5 next. How do you play here if you're Alexienko? Probably, I would start with this knight. Knight g3, because it's not doing anything on h1. The bishop on b1 sort of works. The bishop on g1 sort of works. The knight on e1, knight on d1, I still don't know what to do with it, right? So I guess my best bet is to play knight g3. Let's check what Alexienko will do. Maybe knight f2, but I mean, yeah, knight f2, by the way, also looks interesting. Knight f2, knight d3. Maybe the knight could be heading somewhere to c5 or f4. Maybe it's not really knight g3, because knight on g3 doesn't do much. Yeah, in the chat, Satashva is writing that in Chess960 geometry is totally different, unique and interesting. I absolutely agree with you. I absolutely agree with you. So many unique positions, and you have to start to play right at the start, right? So it's not like showing knowledge of the first 20 moves and then start to play. So all of your years of trainings of recognizing patterns, they just don't work. Okay, so Alexienko played something else. He took on d5 and played knight e3. Now, I would have played probably knight g3, but this is also very interesting. I guess he was concerned about the incoming e5. So then bishop on d5 is under attack. Where do you go? I guess something like bishop f7. Bishop c6 would close the bishop on b8, probably not really desirable. And yes, I think, wait, that looked like g8. Did he play bishop g8? He did. Okay. It's understandable. I mean, maybe the queen is gonna come out. Also, the pawn on h7 just in case it's protected. You never know. You never know. Yeah, maybe bishop g8 is really, really tricky. So black definitely wants to play e5 next, and now Alexienko is thinking, what should I do about it? So he would love to get the knight on f4 in time, but he's not going to be in time. So maybe he already is trying to evaluate the positions, which, let's say, he makes, I don't know, some random move. Let's say knight g3. Knight g3, e5, and definitely he's going to take with f-pawn, because now this bishop is very much alive. And then after knight a6, he is already trying to evaluate the consequences. I really like his position. Maybe something like a4, a5, fight for space advantage. Looks quite interesting. All right, let's check another game. And this time it's going to be no, Stuttgart has a great position after the opening. Let's check this game first. I really like his position. And I just need to find a cam as well. All right, so white has achieved some kind of a normalcy, which is again easier to play out. So he started with a 4c3. Now that looks awfully like Alexienko played. You probably remember, right? I mean, there was a game of Alexienko against Kiemer, which you're playing right now. I think it was d5, c3, knight g6, f5, knight e5, d4. So here black played f5, something else. And we have some kind of a Marozzi bind. Now that, that is a lovely castle. The king is not even moving. Just throw the rook or the king. Bishop c2. Yeah, white definitely has a great position. Maybe bishop b3, try to bother this knight. Maybe a4, a5. So black needs to solve the problem of this bishop. Maybe something like bishop e6, bishop d5. The biggest issue for black is the character of the static position, because I believe that every single position you need to have active prospects to move the pawns, because every single active pawn, every single active plan involves a pawn push. So for black, it's very difficult to suggest something, and that's why this Marozzi bind, which really looks like white has set it up with the pawns on a d4, f4 against a weak pawn on e7. It's difficult for black to push something. Let's say h6, g5 costs a pawn, and d6, e5 might be not really so easy to make it work. That's why white's position is to be preferred, because white can fight for some space advantage. Maybe I would probably think about a4, a5. I don't know. Maybe bishop b3, king c2 as well. Looks really good. All right. And then we have a game between Alain Peixoto against Nikhil Sarin. Let me try to find the board. Nope, that's not it. That's it. So this is a game where Alain Peixoto has 2 points and Nikhil Sarin has just 1 point so far. Again, white's position, I wanted to say sort of looks better because of the king. And it's not really that black wants to castle long, right? Because the rook on a8 sort of feels good. Maybe black can even play something like b5 and king b7. I guess it's about equal. So if I was black, I would be thinking about probably b5, king b7, because the king is not doing anything, and he plays queen f7. Queen d2 responded very quickly. I guess the idea is to meet queen a2 with bishop takes an e5 and queen d7. That's a defensive move, also attacking the knight here. So white is probably thinking about, how should I get rid of this knight from f4? Maybe knight f1, g3, f4. Queen a2 is not really such a big deal because white can always play bishop b1, and the queen side is protected well, including the king. d5 black never wants to do, because after d5 the position opens, then the king is clearly misplaced, unless of course black is gonna castle long and then play d5. So there's a question, if bishop takes on d4 is bad. Probably it's bad. I mean, I don't know. I mean, the knight on f4 hangs, and after bishop d4 white can capture the c pawn, creating a very strong pawn formation in the center. I have a feeling that, yeah, black indeed is very much okay. So this bishop on g8 really works well. Black's pieces are well coordinated. The king is sort of weird, but again, white doesn't have any weaknesses. So yeah, I guess knight f1, knight e3 is something that I would play. Okay, let me check if I could show you something else. So the game between Gata Kamsky against Boris Gelfand looks completely normal. 3 light pieces have been traded. Probably not going to show you that game. We can go back to the game between Kirill Alexeyenko against Vincent Kiemer. And again, I need to work magic and find a board. All right. So last time we checked it, it was here. So bishop c2 long castle was played exactly as e5, as predicted. Alexeyenko took with the f-pawn, establishing himself a very good pawn advantage in the center. d5, knight e5, and yes, of course, black needs to castle long, but now this is looking very dangerous for black. The king is very much exposed, and I have a feeling that black misplayed something here. Now, there might be some immediate punishment at the queen side. Maybe something like even knight e4. Knight e4, knight c7, knight e6, the bishop. Oh my goodness, this is looking so dangerous. How do you play here? I mean, b6 weakens the position even more. King b8, probably you can take here and play knight e6. The pawn on a7 also hangs. I don't know. Maybe there's even something like bishop a4. Pinning the knight on d7. So if Kiemer did something wrong, probably it was around here. So e5 takes. And knight e6 seems to be a mistake because it allows white immediately to charge forward with d5. Maybe bishop e6 was better, but then the knight on d8 doesn't do anything. So I can only come to the young knight e4 is played. I can only come to the conclusion that the entire approach by Kiemer was not really successful. So he played bishop g8, c6. So Alexyenko is just outplaying his opponent, yeah, mercilessly. So I have a feeling that the way Alexyenko is playing this, he played, I think, if I'm not mistaken, in 3 games, he started with a 4, then some c3, etc. ideas. He is not new to Chess960. He's definitely had some experience. I don't know how much experience has Vincent Kiemer had, but Alexyenko looks like he is definitely feeling the positions really, really good. And it shows in the tournament standings. He's the leader of the tournament by 2.5 points. So what happened here is that the young German played knight b6, knight c7, king c6. Why not knight c7? Oh, there's bishop c5 and the queen is completely misplaced. So the problem is that knight a6 is incoming, so you cannot take with the knight. So at least white wins an exchange. Maybe there's even more. So that's why he has to recapture the king. Again, this is something that Vincent wouldn't want to do because he would want to recapture the knight, obviously, and protect the king, but bishop c5 is such a big problem that he had to take with the king, and he knows it. Again, he knows it. The body language says it all. He knows that he's in trouble. And you know, probably, at least if I was playing, I would be thinking during the game, where did I make a mistake? So usually when I'm playing a game, I'm a chess professional myself. I'm thinking when I get in bad position, I'm trying to diagnose my mistake. Where did I make a mistake? And usually it's possible during the game. Okay, wait, yeah, I made a mistake here, right? Okay, I shouldn't have done this. Usually I have a feeling. But here for black, can you immediately answer where exactly did Vincent play wrong? Not very obvious. Not very obvious. Apparently the entire approach was just not good. So this c6, bishop c7, maybe it was not good. If you don't play e5, what do you do then? Okay, maybe bishop e6 was better than knight e6, but I have a feeling that he made several not the best decisions, which combined together in this very dangerous looking position. Now white has very powerful bishop on g1. And to make things even worse for black, the position is normal. So this is a normal position where it's very easy for white to play. a4 comes with the idea to play a5. Yeah, maybe knight b6 also was a mistake. I mean, I don't know. I have a feeling that Winston made a couple of bad decisions. But again, it's very easy. It's very easy to say it's a bad decision once you see the final result, right? I mean, this is just 960. Then nobody has a lot of experience in these positions. Maybe Alexyenko does. I don't know. At least he's playing very confident chess. All right, so king b8. And now the question is what happens after a5, a6. I just want to push it without thinking. a5 and a6, and that's it. So this king is very much exposed. h3. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. This is so bad. Maybe something like this. Bishop h2. And now this bishop is going to be bothering black on this long diagonal. This is exactly what is happening. Very easy moves for white. All right. Let's check if there's something happening in other games. I'll come back to this game, but maybe very quickly I'll check what is happening in the game between two chess legends. Gata Kamsky against Boris Gelfand. And I think it was this board. And I even remember it correctly. All right. So we left it around... Yeah, we left it early, actually. I think around here. a4, a5, bishop a2. Now, I'm feeling quite proud because this maneuver I sort of predicted how I mean, normally white should try to play a3. Yeah, sure, a3, bishop a to bring the bishop into the game, but a4, in addition, is fighting for the space advantage. 95, takes, knight c3. So Gata willingly went for this position. I guess he evaluated the knight to be more trickier than the bishop. So we have this position, e5. What? Wait. This didn't happen, right? Am I seeing it correctly? What about this move? I refuse to believe that this was played. Is this a mistake in transmission? What? No, okay. There's a there's a mistake in transmission. I don't know, something went wrong. Maybe I can try to refresh the board. Yeah, there was a mistake. There was a mistake. I don't know what happened there. There's definitely both players would miss something like this. Yeah, okay, so this is the actual position, rook e5. So white is enjoying. I wanted to say it's not a better position, but probably it's closer to equal. Knight g7 allows black to play rook g8, rook g2. So this is something that Kamsky doesn't want to do. So this is just an equal endgame. Yeah, I don't think there's much to see. All right. Let's go back to the game between Alexienko and Vincent Kiemer. As promised. So again, let me find it. There we go. And Alexienko plays exactly as I recommended. I feel important. So this is what I was recommending to play: a6, b6, h3, bishop h2, and bother black at the long diagonal. Takes. Yeah, this is just terrible for black. Rook d8. So Vincent is trying to trade off some pieces, but now the question is if there's some winning tactics here. Maybe there's some takes, queen f4 already. For example, can you do this? Takes, queen f4 check. Now, how do you defend against this check? Some knight d6, and oh my goodness, now this pin could cost a lot to black, but I don't really see how exactly. So it's not like white can try to exploit it right away. I don't see it right away. Maybe queen f3 trade and queen b7. I don't know. So Alexienko definitely has time. He knows he should be close to winning. This bishop on h2 is just killing black. Maybe he's already looking for the forced win. Queen b5 maybe. So he's reaching, he's about to make a move. And I would say that every chess professional has a good feeling how should you spend time. And the more experience you have, you feel these critical moments. You feel when you have to blitz out. For example, the opening phase, maybe the moves don't matter so much. But the more experience you gain, you understand, okay, now this is the moment. Now this is the moment when the game is decided, so I should think a little here. So Alexienko probably knows the position should be winning. So I just need to spend a couple of minutes here. I have 5 minutes on the clock. So let me just try to work on this position, understand where's the win, and just take it home. Queen b5 is played. Yeah, Nikol's game we are gonna check next. I already see your comments. I just want to see how this game is gonna fit. I think Rook D7 is killing. Rook D7, that's it. And the spin is just killing. Then Knight on C7 is, oh dear. Oh dear. So Kirill is just calculating. Rook D7, maybe there's some intermezzo moves. No, I think this is game over. I don't believe this. He's reaching, he's gonna play Rook D7, I think. Yep, he plays it. That's it. Yeah, okay, so I guess this game is gonna be finished. A white has a killing attack. I saw at least in the cam Alexienko executing move Rook D7. It's still not here. Rook C8, and there should be a killing move. I mean, Knight E6. I mean, maybe take Queen C6, Queen B. I think this is already winning, right? Takes. Is that a mate? Yeah, that looks like a mate to me. Queen B7, Bishop D5, Queen D. But there's so many ways to win this. Okay, so this game is finished. I'm pretty sure that Alexienko is gonna take it down. So let's go back to the game of Alain Pichot against Nikol Sarin. I think it was this board. Okay. Oh, there's a check on B3. How did this happen? How did this happen? So Pichot is about to suffer the second loss in a row because King C2 is going to be a check on H7. So that's it. Maybe he already resigned. Yeah, I think he's finished. That's it. How did this happen? Okay, I'm going to go back to this game a little later, but apparently he fell under a very powerful attack. And the weakness of the king, it got decisive, yeah. So King C2 is simply going to be Bishop H7 check, and white is losing a lot of material. So let's still go to the games which matter. For example, which are still playing. Noah Stoddard against Maxime Lagarde. Here we go. So that is an exchange for a pawn. I think Noel is in trouble again, unfortunately, because I don't care what the evaluation bar is saying. I mean, for black, it's very easy to play this. So Bishop B5, there's a pass pawn on E4. Very, very difficult to play this. So materially wise, it's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Black has an exchange. White has an exchange for a pawn, but this bishop on B5 is controlling a lot of squares. So if I would have to choose, I would definitely choose black. And I don't think black is even risking here with anything. So if I'm playing here with white, I'm thinking about how should I try to simplify the position. I would love to trade queens. How do I trade queens? On h3, no. h3, g4 weakens the king. So what do I do here? I mean, maybe trade the dark square bishops, but how do I do that? So white is bound to a passive defense. So this is every player's nightmare. You just sit and wait. Sit and wait. I don't think white is anything better here. Just sit and wait. Maybe on the other hand, it's not so bad because also black needs to understand how is he gonna crash through. Because if white understands that he has to wait, he has a lot of easy waiting moves. King h1, rook g1, rook e1, rook g1, rook e1, rook g1, etc. And ask black the question, how are you gonna win me here? King d6. I think he wants to play king c6. Unbelievable. Activate the king. Nice. I mean, what can I say? The king on c6 would feel really good. Maybe even something like King d6, bishop c4, and king b5, and trade the queens at some moment. Now that is original idea. I'm just guessing. I have no clue what Lagarde is thinking. No, I think he played king e8. h3. So he's provoking white to play g4. No, but Noel is not going to do it. Yeah. King h2. But now the question is, what happens if black plays h4? Now the pawn on the 4 might be under attack at some moment. Maybe even g5, f takes, and h4. Can I even do something like this? g5 takes and h4, something like this. So there's a potential pin. Maybe it doesn't work, but this is something that I would be thinking about if I was black. All right. So white is clearly on the defensive, but I don't see how much time Noel has on the clock because the official clock seems to have expired. I don't think this is the case. Otherwise, the player would just stop the clock. I mean, the rules of chess, of course, dictate that loss of time simply ends the game. So unlike the old times we used to play with the old clocks, if somebody loses on time, you could still play on. You could still play on, and maybe checkmate on the board, and checkmate was considered to be the older than losing on time. Or if you also force your opponent to flag, then it's a draw because both of you have flag. But with the digital chess, I mean, digital clocks, it's impossible because the clocks show, I'm sorry, you flag first. So, but I don't think, yeah. So now it shows 7 seconds on the clock for Noel. I don't think he flagged yet. So they're definitely still playing. And Lagarde is trying to find to crash through, but I think Noel will be happy if he'll make a draw here. g4, now that is a very responsible move. I don't like this. Queen c6 was played. I don't like this last move g4. Why do you do this? Because, and g takes, g takes. Oh, this is wrong. The king is on g1, very badly placed. How do you activate your pieces? Oh my goodness. Queen g7, maybe there's some queen e8, rook f7, e6. This king is never going to be safe. I mean, why would love to trade queens, but... Now, this is what happens when you want to play active. I mean, all of us, everybody who has studied chess, especially the chess professional, we want to play active, we want to do something, but sometimes you just don't have to do anything. You just sit and wait, and it's very difficult, especially if the tournament is not going for you. You just don't want to sit and wait. You want to do something, and sometimes this willingness to do something is actually causing harm. I think this is what we're seeing here. Maybe I'm wrong. Yeah, now the second pawn falls on b4. Now the pawn on d4 is weakness as well. Yeah, this is looking very bad for white. Although I don't know. Queen e3, king h2. How bad is it really? Now black is enjoying some material advantage. 2 pawns for the exchange. I have a feeling that Lagarde slightly misplayed this. He had a very close to winning position after Studer pushed g4 and f5. But again, both of the players, they're in serious time trouble. And who knows, maybe Noel will actually score a win here because the wall belongs to the brave, right? I didn't like his decision, but I guess we'll see. Queen a4. I don't see what is happening here. Is it going to be a draw by perpetual? Repetition? Unfortunately, the cam is a little lagging. Queen g3. and trades the queens and plays e3. Rook f3 allows to play bishop e4. You could do that. And he blundered that, didn't he? Oh dear. He just blundered the exchange, didn't he? So it was this moment after e3, or maybe it already was bad. So he blundered the exchange, and that's it. Oh dear. Now black is completely winning, having 2 extra pawns. There's something like rook f4. Not a great start for the Swiss Grandmaster. So my chat says Boris is completely winning against Kamsky. Maybe let's switch over to that game, because I think, unfortunately, Noel is going to lose it. And Kamsky has won the game. So, okay, so this is the final game. I think I didn't manage to switch on time. Yeah, I think this game's finished. Something like 3 extra pawns for black. Let's just watch it until the end. How many pawns is it? 2 extra pawns. Yeah, now king c6 is a very easy move. King c6, king c4. No, wait, the pawn on h3 is also under attack. d3 check, rook h3. No, that's it. They know, both of them know what's happening here. Our a5, a4, or rook h1, a5, a4, a3, rook h1, h4, h3, h2. You cannot stop these pass pawns. The pawn on c5 also is a weakness. King b5 is a very cool move. There's rook h3 threat. Yeah. And this is, unfortunately for Noel, it means it's 4th loss in a row. 4th loss in a row. I mean, it's very, very tough tournament. What can you do if every single round comes one opponent stronger than the previous one? Yeah, and he resigns. Yeah. Clearly, not the start Noel was looking for, but sometimes this happens. So I just want to go back to this moment. Here. So he played h3, king h2. Now this I understand. Okay, so this I understand. But g4, now I think this was the wrong moment to do this. So I think it was necessary already to fight for the draw. At least that would be my understanding here. And I would be maybe think about something like h4. Not to miss an h4 ideas. Just play king h2, rook g1. Just build a brick wall. Because I don't think white is in the position here to play this position for the win. And it could be difficult for black to penetrate. Maybe bishop d7 and bishop g4, get the bishop here. But yeah, this also actually looks quite dangerous. So maybe not h4. Maybe just sit and wait and do nothing. Just sit and do nothing. Sit and do nothing. But this didn't happen. Let's quickly switch to the game of how Boris Gelfand beat Gata Kamsky. And now Gelfand is on 3 points. An endgame which I predicted to be a draw. But it was not. So we missed something apparently. So we left it around here. And I said this is just an equal endgame. And it should be c4. Now this move, I'm not sure if I like this move. Because now this is a weakness, could be difficult to defend. The pawn on b3 might be more difficult to defend than the pawn on c2, but okay, I mean, maybe it's not a big deal. Yeah, now it becomes quite apparent that white is slightly suffering here. Yeah, these are big weaknesses. So white is fighting for the draw, so Kamsky tried to do exactly what Mark Dvoretsky is advocating in his famous Endgame manual. If you're the weaker side, you're trying to trade off the pawns. Exactly. But I think he missed it. So he's not in time to play a6 because his knight is under attack, plus with the check. And now the pawn on a5 is a weakness. Yeah, the power of the bishop. Oh, that's a lovely endgame technique. So white just collected the pawn, the second pawn, and just push forward the h-pawn. It's so simple. I mean, sometimes, yeah, it looks so simple. And that's it. I mean, probably Kamsky could have played the bear, but I have a feeling that his game took the wrong turn around here. I don't know. I mean, I have a feeling that after knight e3, c6, the c4, I don't like really this one because after king a7, king b6, king c5, now the queenside pawns are slightly more vulnerable. It should be equal still. I mean, maybe keep the rooks on the board. Play something like against c3 weakens the pawn. Yeah, not very clear. Maybe knight c4. Knight c4, d5. Yeah, and you cannot take it because the knight is hanging. So I don't know. So the opponents appear to be ready for the next game. Maybe I'll prepare for the next game. Wait. Pairings are still not here. Still not here. Okay, I'm gonna remove this one. And all right. And we can switch it back. Oh, sorry. So we have still 3 rounds. And the leader of the tournament is Kirill Alexeyenko. I guess we'll start with his game. He's playing against the Indian prodigy Nikhil Sarin. So that makes a reasonable choice. I just need to find them. I'm not sure where they are. Oh, wait, that's an old feed. Not here. Yeah, since they're changing their seats all the time, I have no way of telling which cam is the which one. So I need to guess it. Okay, that's it. Yeah. Alrighty, so I think I can switch it back. Oh, sorry. Here we go. So now we are following a game of Nikhil Sarin against Kirill Alexeyenko. The standings are as follows. Kirill Alexeyenko leads the tournament by 3.5 points out of 4. This is a round robin tournament. Why we are shown... Wait. Oh, wait, there it is. Found it. So this is a round robin tournament between 8 very strong grandmasters. 4 of them played EDF the World Cup, and Nikhil Sarin against Alexeyenko. They both played together EDF the World Cup. So Alexeyenko leads the tournament by 3.5 points out of 4. Boris Gelfand is in the 2nd place, and Maxime Lagarde is in the 3rd by 2.5 points. So we have still 3 rounds. At the bottom of the table, unfortunately, is Noel Studer with 0 points. Yeah, so he's struggling so far, having suffered 4 losses in a row. So it's quite tough. d4 and e3. I'm not sure if Saren himself is a d4 player. I don't remember really. It looks like white is aiming for some kind of a typical d4 setup. For example, c4, knight c3, yeah, and then try to get the normal c. But this is why I guess Alexienko plays knight e6 to stop this idea to play c4. Now you'll have to improvise. So knight e2, I guess Saren still wants to play c4. Does he now? Oh, bishop b5. I guess trade and something like e6. And black has managed to trade off his supposed bad last square bishop. So we have a trade. First pieces are traded. White is still probably thinking about c4, maybe even e4 as well. I guess we'll see. So from a strategical point of view, black's idea makes a lot of sense to play something like c6 and e6, bring out the light square bishop, the dark square bishop. But then again, how does it really feel against white c4 or e4? So 97 is quite smart. Alexienko is trying to be as flexible as possible. So he still doesn't know. Is the pawn going to land on c7 or on c6, maybe on e6, maybe on e5? So he's trying to be as flexible as possible and bring out his pieces which he sort of guesses they should be there. All right, c4 is on the board. c6, so we have some kind of a semi-slot. So black just needs to play e6, maybe even Karakan. Wait, I think Alexienko was a Kara player, wasn't he? I don't remember. I have some vague memory. Maybe it's wrong. So I think if white wants to do something here, it has to be e4. You have to push e4. So let's say e4, knight e4, knight e4, d takes, queen e4, something like knight f6. I don't know where you position the queen. Bishop c3, knight e3, and then somehow try to capitalize on the so-called little center. Because if you don't do that, what do you play here? I mean, okay, there's also f3, bishop g3, maybe. How do you activate this bishop? My mistake. Saren plays something else completely. So c takes, and knight e3. So this is a sort of an exchange Slav. So d4, d5, c4, c6, takes, and we reach a very typical position, which actually makes a lot of sense because white wants to play rook c1, knight f3, bishop b4. But you know, this looks dead equal. So I don't know. Maybe the Indian prodigy is not in the mood. I don't know. All right, let me check some other games. This game looks very peaceful. Maybe the second place at the moment Boris's Gelfan's games against Alan Pichot. And I think I found him, yeah. Here it is. Okay, this is a live fight. What did they play? D4, knight c3, e4. We have a Carcan on the board. Except the pieces are standing slightly on different squares. Queen d3. Short castle as quickly as possible. I like Boris's approach. He's going for a simple, for a position which is as simple as possible, as normal as possible. So it's easier to play like this. So bishop f3. So I think these are very easy moves. So without a lot of improvisation, e4, queen d3, short castle, bring the knight out, bring a bishop out. Don't bother yourself by playing super modern moves like h4, h5, a4, a5, and try to outsmart your opponent. You can also play like this. A very normal strategy. So bishop f3. And in the meantime, black is improvising. Queen e7, b5, yeah. I'm not sure I understand the move b5 really. Where's the big idea of b5? Why do you play here b5? A space advantage, I guess. I mean, I cannot explain it. Maybe his idea was to play b5 and bishop b6. Because if he will play bishop b6 right away, it would allow white at some moment to play knight a4. So that's why he plays b5 first, fighting for space advantage at a queen's, and then position the bishop on b6 so that there is no knight a4. Now, this is very advanced. You have audio issues? There's somebody writing in the chat, you have audio issues. Are you sure? Everything seems to be working. Can somebody please confirm everything's okay? It's back? I didn't accidentally press any mute button, so I don't know. I mean, yeah. Okay. So I'm reading also the chat, what you're writing there. You're not alone. You're with me. Bishop b6 is played. Okay, it looks really normal. Yeah, all the positions look normal. So let's just stick with this one. Bishop b6. I guess the next move is going to be something like f6 and bishop g6. Activate this bishop like this. So I'm thinking how to activate the dark square bishop. So bishop d2 is the obvious choice. Yeah, but where is it going to go? Maybe bishop f4? Or maybe try to put it on b4, something like knight e2, with the idea to play bishop b4. Now, Alexeyenko already played something like this from the black's perspective in one of the parallel games. Maybe this is the way to go. And now, after a5, what do you do with this bishop? I guess it's still bishop d2. Bishop d2, bishop c4, try to activate the bishop. And something like f5. Takes, and black is thinking about knight e4. You know, the more I'm looking at this position, I have a feeling that white's pieces are sort of misplaced. I mean, I don't know what the bishop is doing on f3 and the knight on g3. Okay, bishop d2 was played. So I guess something like a5 might follow. And now can I play something like a5 right away? Or oh wait, it loses something. Takes and 95. So my idea, while I was proposing for black to play f5, there might be some 94 ideas. Let's say if I manage to play something like this, 94, and this should be really beautiful knight on e4. And after some trade, opens the f-file, the pawn on d4 is under attack. Okay, all of this is fantasy because there's 95. And after 95, c takes bishop d5. Now this loses some material for black. So black gonna do this. So he played knight a6. I guess the idea is to play knight b4, double attack, and maybe try to bring the knight into the game, something like knight c7. And actually now f5 might be a threat. So let's say if I play a3, can you now play f5? Takes. And this maneuver, typical f5, maybe wouldn't be so great if the white knight would be standing on f3, because then you would have the outpost on e5. Now here, with the knight on g3, now this makes a lot of sense. And maybe it can be strengthened by moves like bishop g6 and knight e4. And now knight e5 is probably not so good. So let's say takes, bishop f7, takes, and I'm not sure what to make of this position. So there's another pawn on f5. Takes, bishop, d4. So black has two light pieces for the rook and two pawns. So what is stronger? I have no clue. It really depends on the position. So bishop f4 was played, dealing with the knight b4 threat and sort of dealing with the f5 threat, because now after f5, now this simply drops a pawn. I think so. So that is really smart. And this, I guess this also shows the huge class of really strong players, because you cannot really be thinking about your own ideas. For example, if I'm sitting here with white, I'm thinking, okay, my idea is to go here, do this, etc. You have to also understand what your opponent is threatening. So he plays knight a6, he's threatening to play knight b4, and it's very important that you're not only reacting to these ideas, you're incorporating your opponent's plans with your plans, and you're seeing how they feel together. It's like putting together a puzzle, and you're trying to put together a puzzle in a very short time frame and see if you like the result, right? So that's, I guess, why some very strong grandmasters like Gelfand are stronger than others. So he played bishop f4, a great move, improving the bishop, taking care of the knight b4 threat, and also taking an eye on f5. I think so. I'm just guessing, guys. So I think this is what was Boris's mindset. So there's a request to check Nikhil Sarin's game. Okay, we can do that. He's playing against the leader. Whoa! Oh, whoa! What just happened here? What just happened here? There's something gone terribly wrong for Alexeyenko. Where is this game? So I need to find it. There it is. We left it after the opening. I thought this is a boring opening. Nothing is happening here. Bishop d2. What? Oh, there's a transmission error. There's a transmission error. I saw some extra material for black. No. There is a definitely Alexeyenko decided not to play rook c1 here, and this is something you don't want to do, because the rook is an important piece, right? You don't want to give it just like that. So this is a mistake. Let me just reload the board. Okay, so this is the actual position. I don't know what happened there, but this is sometimes what happens with Chess960. And I'm also gonna load this board as well. So yeah, we left it here. We left it here. Bishop e4, queen b8 looks very solid. Now this is a great idea. Now check this out. So I think we left it here. Bishop d2, rook c1, king f7. This is looking exactly like the exchange Slav. Now bishop b4. Takes, queen b8. Now black is threatening to play rook c8. And check out this moment. I really like how the young Indian grandmaster he played. Bishop takes on d6. He traded away his precious dark square bishop so that he can change the character of the game and strike in the center to play e4. So something like d takes, queen e4. Now black is experiencing some issues to continue development, and the pieces on bishop on d6 and knight on d7, they're not really feeling good. For example, I don't know, something like knight b6, knight c5, there's some issues. So this position already feels to be definitely better for white. So instead, what happened? Alexienko didn't play it. Didn't play d takes on e4. He played rook e8. Inviting again for a draw. Takes, queen e8, trade a lot of pieces. Alexienko is the leader of the tournament, I guess, with black pieces against such a dangerous opponent like Nikhil. He should be quite happy. And e5. Now that's a very powerful move. I guess the idea is to start some kind of a kingside attack. Can I play knight g5 check? Now this was my idea. Knight g5 check, king g8, and something like, I want to play queen h5. Can I do this? So the idea is to play here, knight f6, queen f7, takes and takes. Yeah, this looks awful. There might be, oh my goodness, there's some queen sacrifices. Wait, I think I already misplayed it. Rook e7. What is this? Okay, this is some computer's line. Not sure why I'm showing you this, but this didn't happen. This didn't happen. And after e5, bishop f8, taken f6, the black king is exposed. So he has to capture the pawn, otherwise knight e5, knight g5 will become a problem. G takes, knight h4. Now queen h5 is a big problem. Queen g4 might be a problem here. So this is the current position. I think that Alexienko is in trouble, and it's quite interesting. Is how did it happen? Because Sarri with white, he played sort of not ambitious approach. He played d4, e3, c4, allowed black to trade light square bishops, and aimed for an equal, not an equal, but symmetrical pawn structure. And then at some moment, he like switched to the other gear and started to play at different speed. And it just took one moment, e4, e5, and suddenly the game is very sharp, and black has nice idea to start some kind of attack. I'm thinking about here some queen h5. Can I do this? Queen h5, king g8, and knight f5. Now this is something I want to play right away. The first idea which jumps to my mind. So you couldn't take here because rook e8 check. Now the question is what happens after knight f8. Knight f8 and I guess knight g7. Although this knight on f5 is not really under attack because this rook on e8 is still under attack. But even this position, knight g7, king g7, and something like knight f4. So queen f4 is impossible. The rook is under attack. Queen g4. Oh my goodness, this is looking so dangerous. So dangerous. So maybe Nikhil already is looking for some kind of forced win. So things very quickly took an ugly turn for the Russian grandmaster. Queen h5, you have to play king g8. You have no choice here. You have no choice. So king f8, queen h7 is terrible. King e7 maybe. Try to sell the pawn on h7. And king e7 looks even worse. King e7 is knight f5. So this is actual position. Yeah, I think there was some lag. Exactly, he played as I recommended. Wait, did he? No, he did not. He did not. Why does it? Just doesn't. For some reason, again, there's some issues. Sorry about that. Oh, rook e3. So the idea, I guess, is to include the rook in the game. Maybe knight g7, rook h3. There's a question in the chat, will Prague play in this tournament? You know, I didn't check. I saw a lot of very strong grandmasters playing in the MTO, in the Masters tournament, the Open tournament, which is gonna start on Tuesday. I think so. I think it's on. Was it Monday? Or was it Tuesday? You know, I'm slightly mixed up. I think it was on Tuesday. Yeah, I think they start on Tuesday. And I didn't check if Prague is there, but what I know is that a lot of very strong players they're gonna play in the Open tournament. So yeah, somebody writes in the chat. So Prague Nanda is in the Open tournament. Yeah. Okay, I don't remember. There's so many great players that I don't remember all of them. All right, so let's check other boards as well. I don't think we have paid attention to Winston Kiemer against Noel Studer. I just need to find him. And I found him. Okay. So the 5. Oh dear, it's not looking good. So what happened in the opening phase? So in the current standings, Noel stands at 0 points and Vincent Kiemer is only at 1 point. Both of them are desperately looking for a point in this game. So far, I think Black was doing okay, if you're looking from the Black's perspective. Rook a7. No, this is a move I don't really understand. Why do you play Rook a7? Whoa. I'm bishop a. You know, I have a feeling that Nover over improvised here. So what he played here in the opening phase. Now this is very interesting. So we have again some kind of a Caracan. No, wait, it's not Caracan, it's French. E4, E6, D4, D5, knight C3, some kind of a French possession. So there's a fight. A5, B6. I like this idea because these pawns are seriously limiting the white knights. So that is interesting. Queen e8 also joins the action. Queen d7. Yeah, but this rook a7 and bishop a8, I feel this is too much. So black already has a great position here, while white is trying to rearrange his pieces. Yeah, and Vincent started to punish black right away. Just got the normal position, very nice pawn center, and the question is what exactly is black doing here with this bishop on a8 and rook on a7? Not really clear. And now A3 is a nice move to stop any knight b4 and bishop b4 ideas, just in case. And now it's the right time to push d5. Queen e8, and now it's white's move. And now it's white's move. So obviously, a white cannot take on c6, right? The queen is under attack. So the question is, where do you position it? I think the obvious choice is queen c2. Queen b1 might be also possible, but why do you want to just play queen c2? Queen c2, e takes, probably. E takes, knight b8. Now this is looking really weird. And maybe something like rook e1 or knight f4. Black definitely has weirdly positioned pieces. White is enjoying some space advantage, thus his position is to be preferred. So right now he's choosing between these combinations. And queen c2 is played. Not sure what choice here black has. I mean, the question is, should he take on d5 first or not? Or the play knight b8 right away? Okay, so he decides to take. Yeah, I guess that's the safer choice, because otherwise, if he would play something like knight b8, then the pawn on e6 could be a weakness, and you never really know. I mean, maybe this is something that I just improved my opponent's chances. This is a weakness, so that's why it really makes sense first to take on d5. Wait, again, it's for some reason it's not reloading. I don't know why. Just a sec, again, I need to refresh the board. And exactly, knight f4 was already played by Vincent Kiemer, and his pieces are much more active. c6, and this is looking for some kind of a tactics here. I have a feeling there should be some kind of a shot. And again, check the clock. Noel is down on 35 seconds, if the official clock is correct. And there should be some kind of a shot. I don't know. I'm looking at some knight f6. Can I do this? Knight f6. The knight 25 is under attack. Bishop f6, g takes, queen f5. Oh my god, yeah, this is game over. Bishop e4, knight h5. These pieces are completely disconnected. I think knight f6 is a very easy move here. But again, an experienced player probably understands that this is a critical moment of the game. So you can invest a little time. Rook e1 is a nice, cool move. Yeah, so knight f6 definitely Vincent saw this move, knight f6. But why don't you just include more pieces into the game? Yeah, so the rook on f1 is not doing anything. Rook fe1, knight f6 might be even stronger than the next move. This is a very powerful domination. So c takes on e5, knight f6. It was, I guess, already played. Queen e5. Oh, this game's over. I don't see black surviving this attack. Queen d7. I don't know. The queen goes. Queen d7 has to be tried, but I guess even rook takes on e7 maybe. Okay, let's just switch to another game. I don't think we saw Gatakamsky's game against Maxime Lagarde. Let me find the board. I think it's this one. Here we go. Oh. We had a look at it, I think, at the start, or maybe we even simply skipped it. Yeah, I don't think we even had a look at this. So this looked very normal right at the start. Black probably having equalized the position. Sorry that I'm fast forwarding this. There is not much action going on. So I'm just going to the current position. So this is the current position. White appears to be slightly pressing because he has the dark square bishop, which is attacking the pawns on a5 and c7. According to Aronitsovich, you need two weaknesses, right? If your opponent has one weakness, what do you need to do? You need to create a second weakness. Unless, of course, I heard another version by Latvian GM Igor Kovalenko. He said your opponent might be the second weakness. So then you just need one weakness, apparently. One positional weakness, and your opponent is the second weakness. But I don't imagine that being the case here. All of the players are very, very strong here. So there's no second weakness. Rook takes on b7. I have a feeling that black will be fighting, yep, this endgame down a pawn. Maybe slightly troublesome for white is that he is down on the clock, but the position is rather simple. Even if he doesn't win it, okay, it's a draw, no big deal. It's impossible to misplay it. Or maybe it is possible, there is some weakness. On f2, now rook b2 probably. I will play this in a heartbeat. Or maybe even c5. Is it even possible to win this? And definitely Kamsky is choosing here. Should he play rook b2 or rook b4 or c5? And rook b4 I see was played. So I guess his idea is that he can always play rook b2. And this is, by the way, another common trick by very experienced players, and this is Gata Kamsky obviously is one of them, is that when you are sitting in time trouble, now I'm talking about Maxime Lagardère, you are expecting some obvious move. So for example, let's say I have 29 seconds on the clock. So I'm thinking, okay, after rook b2, I'm going to do this. So an experienced player who is playing with black, and this time it's Gata Kamsky, I'm thinking my opponent is expecting that I'm going to play rook b2. And bishop e3 most likely will follow. Can I think of something else that my opponent is not expecting, which is probably just as good? And white is having these 29 seconds on the board. He has no time to check all of the options. So this is a very common trick by experienced players, that you are trying to be as unpredictable in your opponent's time trouble, but still trying to make good moves. But now something has gone wrong for Gata Kamsky here. So rook c6 and g4. And white is just in time to play bishop g3 now. Is this a draw? Is this a draw? Now this is $1 million question here. How do you push forward the c-pawn? I don't know. I would be thinking, I was thinking maybe really Kamsky he had to play rook b2. Go for the rook endgame. Rook b2, bishop e3, f takes. And because this king is disconnected, but then again, yeah, but now it's not really disconnected, right? Yeah, now it comes back. Okay, maybe Kamsky did play the right choice. So c5, bishop d4 is played. Rook c7, c6. This looks... I wanted to say drawish, but... In the meantime, Nikhil Sarin has won against Kirill Alexeyenko. Yeah, this looked really, really bad for Alexeyenko. We're going to check the game after this one is finished. Unfortunately for Studer, it's 5th loss in a row. So this is a tournament he wants to forget and finish as quickly as possible. How this happens. King d5. This looks to be probably a draw. I don't think White's position expired. The official clock shows 0, but they're still playing. Now this was a nice trick. Now check this out. So c7, very nice trick. Now rook c7 allows to play rook e5 and bishop g3, and White suddenly wins. So that's why you have to recapture the bishop. And now after rook g7, White has managed to trade the pawn for one of the king's pawns, and this is the position which you can play forever. Now you can play it forever, and you don't want to trade off the bishops. So if I'm playing from White's perspective, I'm trying to keep rook and bishop on the board for as long as... I just wanted to say, I don't want to trade the bishops, and he trades it anyway. But maybe the reason is that the king is disconnected. With a king here, now that will be an easy draw. So takes, king f7, and just make an easy draw. But with king on d5, maybe it's not so simple. Yeah, so this is going to be a long game. It's the only game. In the meantime, Boris Gelfand against Alain Pichot ended with a crazy draw. Now, this is something we missed because there's 4 games at the same time running, but we're going to check it after this game. I think there was some kind of perpetual check. At least I saw from the position, from the thumbnail, it seemed to be a draw. G5? Why do you play G5? Now this looks quite drawish. Yeah, rook e6, black wants to trade rooks. Of course, White is not going to do it. Maybe we are going to see a rook and bishop versus rook. Now this would be something, right? For example, king g4, f4, f5, trade, push g6, g7, black gives away the dark square bishop for the pawn, and that's it. We play for 50 moves. F4. There's a good chance. There's a good chance we're indeed going to see this endgame. So both opponents are down on the last 20 seconds. Last 5 seconds for every single move. You know, I think that every good player, especially the GMs, all of them know that obviously rook and bishop versus rook is a draw. But secretly, this is the kind of position you don't want to go, because there's also this thing called as the practical side. You don't want to wind out in these positions where you have to find very accurate defense. So if Kamsky will have an option to make a draw without going for this... Oh, he blundered this, didn't he? Bishop f6, check. No, that's not a blunder. I thought he wins the pawn. So if Kamsky will have an option not to give up the bishop, he'll try to avoid it. I would try to avoid it. Probably. I don't know. Maybe I'm wrong. I'm wrong. So gives it up immediately. I guess this is why he's Kamsky and I'm just the commentator. So obviously this is a draw. And now we are going to see rook and bishop versus rook. So Gata is confident he can hold this. And this is a draw, but it is possible to misplay this. Now let's see how good is the technique of the American player. In theory, everybody knows. I mean, I've myself studied rook and bishop versus rook endgames heavily. Being a chess coach, I've shown it to my students a number of times. I even remember the technique precisely, how to win the position with a king being pushed back to the last rank. But when you're playing in a tournament, when you're playing a blitz game, I mean, okay, this is not a blitz game, but rapid game, it can be difficult, especially if your opponent keeps trying from all of the sides on seconds, being nervous. It could be difficult. There's a question in the chat where you can see the live video of players. Aren't you seeing it? It's here. So there's the so-called two techniques. I think Kamsky is gonna try one of them. Put the rook behind the bishop. For example, king d5 here, check, and the king goes in front. So this is one of the techniques. So Kamsky, I think he's gonna try this one. The second one is to give the front check. Yeah, king d8, exactly. This is what I show to my students. You should make a draw like this. King e5 and king c8 is the most precise move according to what I remember. So the idea is that after bishop c5, there's going to be rook d7 check, and the king escapes from the last rank. But again, this is something that you know in studies, but in a tournament, it might be not really so easy to show. And this is exactly what happened in the game. So Kamsky knows his stuff. And the other technique is give the frontal checks. But yeah, judging by the body language of Gata, he seems very confident. He's like, what are you doing here? I know this. But even if this position is objectively a draw, I think it's there's no greater sin not to try to play this for the win, because you have to try this for the win. It's a free try. You have to try this. Both white and black, they know this should be a draw, but white has to try. And again, the same idea of putting the rook behind the same defense. If white is going to wait, black can wait. If the king goes here, I'm sorry, yeah, this is exactly what is happening. If the king goes here, the king is going to go here. If king d6, the king a4. That's it. I think it's quite a straightforward defense. But plus 5 seconds, Gata should be able to make this a draw. Now king a6, I'm pretty sure is going to happen. So white is threatening to give a check and try to keep the king cut off, and white simply cannot keep it. Why king a6? Because king a4 would allow to play king c4. And now this is a mate. And the king is stuck to the last rank. Very precise defense. Rook b2, rook h4. I'm sorry, rook h5 doesn't change anything. And now rook b5. I saw Kamsky having a glimpse behind his shoulder. Maybe he was seeking for the arbiter, counting the moves. So somebody please correct what is the actual FIDE rules. I think that you can claim a draw after 50 moves. So you can play a lot of moves, and you can at some moment simply claim, I claim it's a draw. It's 50 moves, 51, 52, whatever. And the arbiter counts, it's indeed, yeah, 50 moves. Or after 75, the arbiter has to stop the game. I think so. At least it used to be like this some time ago, but maybe something has changed. Yeah, Kamsky looks very confident. So he has 50 seconds on the clock. He's not in time trouble. He knows what he's doing. He knows the technique. 5 seconds for him is more than enough to remember the technique. And of course, Lagarde is gonna play it out until the moment when the arbiter is gonna come. There's no way he's gonna agree to a draw after something like 40 moves. He can still legally play 10 moves and push it for the win. Again, the same idea. I think we already saw this from this side. Put the rook behind, check, king d8, if king e5, king c8, if king c5, king e8. And prepare to play rook d7. Very instructive. No, I think I was wrong, right? It wasn't 50 moves? So this is move 107 and 57. No, they agreed to draw. Oh, wow. You know, I think Lagardère is wrong. You should try to play this. You should try to play this 50 moves. It's completely legal. You can always try to push your luck. Maybe your opponent is gonna blunder, maybe something. I mean, it's just okay. I mean, he agreed to draw because probably he felt that his opponent is way too experienced and he knows this. But I think he should have played. Still, for 10 moves, try to do something. But okay. And let's check the game of Boris Gelfand, which we... What? No, wait, this is wrong. Again, there's some... What? I'm not sure what is happening here. Why? This is a draw. Why this is a draw? So, okay, I don't follow really. So, maybe they fixed it wrong? I don't know. So we left it around here. So white is thinking, oh, whoa, 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 whoa. Too bad we missed this. Bishop f6 going for a spectacular mate. So there's some queen g4 ideas, queen g7, deliver a mate. Knight b2. Oh dear, what is happening here? There is some immortal game. Queen g5, white sacrificed so many things. Knight h6, obviously. Rook h6, queen h6 is going to be a mate. But where's the draw? Knight f5, so this was a repetition? Is this really a draw? Why don't you play queen f4? Maybe the opponent was... I think he was so low on the clock. So queen f4, queen h8 check here. There's no mate, right? So you want to play queen g5, then take on f5, and that's it. Let me double check it. If this is indeed the correct result. Just a second. Yeah, so it looks to be that white's attack simply is not going anywhere, but I mean, I'm looking at the clock, and apparently Alain Pichot, he was down on the clock. Anyway, so we have 5 rounds finished, and Kirill Alexeyenko leaded the tournament. He lost the game against Nicholas Sarin, and that means Boris Gelfand has caught the leader. They had 3.5 points out of 5. Nicholas Sarin, Maxime Lagarde, they have 3 points, and Alain Pichot and Gatakamsky, they're on 50%. I'm so not sure what happened there. There's a question in the chat: who decides the position of pieces at the start? I don't know. I don't know. So maybe they just draw lots or something. Maybe they toss a coin. I have to ask this question. Maybe it's like arbiter puts one of the pieces behind the back and just asks which do you want to select. I don't know. There's so many ways how you can do this. Maybe there's a computer program. Probably it's computerized choice. Okay, let me try to prepare for the next game. So 2 more rounds. And leaders are playing between each other, so I guess this is the game we are gonna start. Let me find. Yep, here they are. So 2 leaders of the tournament. Very, very important game, but Alexienko with the white color. Not sure really how important is this for Chess960, the color, but okay, so I have a confirmation indeed it was a draw. Gelfand did make a draw. I guess Pichot was so low on the clock that he decided to make a draw. Although it looked like White's attack is finishing. All right. B3, knight f6. Now, this is a very original way to start this. I mean, as far as I remember, Alexienko has never played something normal. He's never G3. He's never played E4, D4, C4. He played 3 games. I mean, somebody please correct me if I'm wrong, but I think he started 3 games with White by F4. And now he plays B3. And the dark square bishop is not at the queen side. That is really interesting. Really, really interesting. Maybe it's some kind of, I don't know, anti-preparation move. That at that level, that they have some ideas how to play certain positions. Although, I mean, there are 960 positions to study. And this is why he starts with B3, G3. I mean, I don't know. Very interesting. And Gelfand plays the same. G6, bishop G7, although that begs the question, what is this guy going to do here on G8? So I would expect something like F5 first, but okay. So I would assume that the bishop always is going to find a way to join the game. I don't see how exactly, but maybe H5, H6, G5, I don't know. I like the last move for Kirill. He plays F4 and he's not concerned about this diagonal. The queen is sort of under attack, except it's not really possible to exploit it. So F4, E4, D4, there are a lot of easy moves. So first you play B3, G3, and then you take the center. I like the idea. All right. So the other pairs we have is Gata Kamsky is playing against Alain Pichot. Noah Studer is playing against Sari Nihal. And Maxime Lagarde is playing against Vincent Kiemer. So from the tournament standings wise, Nihal Sarin's games definitely we don't want to miss. I mean, every single game is very important here. Alain Pichot and Gata Kamsky, both players are on 50%. So +1 probably would be a great boost for either of the players to get a better place. Knight h5. I think this idea is not to win the queen, obviously, but to solve the problem of the last square bishop. Yeah, bishop d4. I wanted to recommend. This is a very normal looking move. I don't know what black is doing here, but I don't like it. Takes, f6, so black fixes his problem, but no, there's another problem with that on h5. So e4, c4, there's so many great moves. White has definitely won the fight for the center. Knight e3, okay. Yeah, definitely Kirill looks like he has had a lot of practice. Maybe I'm wrong. At least I have this feeling. He knows what he's doing. It's not like black doesn't know what he's doing, but definitely Kirill has got so many great positions right after the opening, and this is not a coincidence. All right. Very quickly, let's switch over to Nicholas Sarin's game because there's something I want to show you. So I'm going to leave the small board open so you can follow the game of Alexienko against Gelfand. But this is the game between Noah Studer against Sarin Nikol. And black just played h5, h4. Let me find the feed for you. Not sure, where is it? Nope. Here. Wait, this is wrong. I think it should be this board. So quite interesting. And Studer tried to do exactly the same as Alexienko, that he played g3, except of b3, bishop g2, h5, h4. And there is this idea in some openings. Just a second, why? Cannot I? No. For some reason I don't get the feed. I don't know where they are. Cannot find them. Ah, found them. Okay. So yeah, there is this idea to play early h5, h4. This is not really no disrespect to the opponent, but the idea is to bother the bishop on g2 as quickly as possible. So for example, something like a knight f3, you can already think about h3. Now you have to go back. So the question is, why did you spend bishop g2 in the first place? Now that you have to go back to f1. And if white tries to stop it and play something like knight f3, then I guess there might be a prepared idea, I don't know, maybe f6, e5, and the knight on f3 might be not really so well played. So this idea of g3 or b3, a5 or h5 is a known idea. Of course, Sarin is improvising here. And he got a great position, I think. d6. So white has a weakness on h2. Maybe it doesn't matter. Knight f3. Okay. So obviously the rook has to go. Where do you go? I would say something like rook h7, probably. Why is that? Because at some point, probably black is going to double the rooks. I don't know exactly when, but... Okay, rook h5. Yeah, I guess rook h5 makes more sense. Not rook h8, because let's say if I'm playing from black's perspective, I develop these pieces, and sooner or later, black is going to play something like rook h8. So also the rook here on the 5th rank might do something more than on the last. There's a question in the chat if there are any openings for Chess960. Not to my knowledge. Please somebody correct me if I'm wrong. But I know that some very strong players, they have studied certain types of positions. So probably they don't know. They didn't know really like deep theory, but they recognize the ideas, structures. And if Alexienko plays something like b3, g3, bishop b2, bishop g2, and gets excellent positions, or he played, I think, already 3 times f4, but this is probably something he has studied. I think so. This is not I don't believe it's improvisation, at least the first two moves. But answering the question, I don't think there's any hardcore theory. Maybe this will change. Okay, let's maybe switch back to the leader game of Alexienko against Gelfand. Because Alexienko is charging forward. Here we go. So we left it around here. Yeah, so black had apparently misplayed the position. a5. Knight c5. That's actually mate in one thread. So of course black is not going to miss it. Queen a7. The queen on a7 is protected. There is no knight e6 check because the queen on a7 is protected by the knight. And this is the current position. So the knight on c5 is not under attack because there is a pin. But that being said, black might be thinking about king e8 next. So let's say white is not really careful and makes something like... I wanted to make a long castle, but... Yeah, wait, did the rook already move? No, the rook didn't move. Yeah, so apparently I couldn't make a castle. How do I make a castle? I don't make a castle, okay. So I wanted to show this idea. There might be some king e8. And now the spin could be quite costly. So there's no knight e6, there's no knight b3, and this spin could cost black something. So this is quite an important moment. And Alexienko, of course, obviously knows the stakes. This is a leader game. Both players are leading the tournament 3.5 out of 5. Alexienko just lost the game with black against Sarinihal. And definitely he knows he has to play well here. c3 is a nice move, protecting the queen on d4, just in case. Knight g7. Yeah, again, another easy move because the knight on h5 doesn't do anything. You know, I keep a feeling that Alexienko did something wrong here. So I like what he did here. So Boris misplayed the opening. I think that should be quite clear. Takes, f6. The knight on h5 is bad. Black has no ambition for the center. And I think white should just play some aggressive approach. Something like e4. e4, knight, I don't know. Maybe queen goes away, d4, c4. Use the momentum. So instead, Alexienko, he tried to immediately charge forward. Knight a3, knight c5. And this looks really interesting. I mean, the idea to mate, of course, is quite funny. But now suddenly it's not really so simple to continue because white doesn't have any pawns to back up his advancement. So that's why normally the strategy is you should push forward the pawns and the pieces behind, not vice versa. So it's very rarely pieces go forward and then the pawns follow. So the pawns should be in the front of the pieces. And that's why the knights on c5 and d3, it looks really great, but white is missing the support from the pawns. So that's why I sort of don't like it. It looks interesting, but I don't like it. So we have this position. Now e4 is played. What is this knight on c5 doing? I don't know. So the idea, I guess, e5 is impossible. I think so. Let's check it. e5 takes, takes. Why is it impossible again? Takes. So d takes dc is impossible because there's a pin. Takes. Check. And the white is something extra. No, is he? There's a check on h5. King c2 doesn't change anything. There's a double attack. Yeah, this position definitely feels to be favor for white because of the exposed king. So if I'm black, I'm looking at this right now. I'm looking, can I play e5? Can I do this right away? So there's so many thoughts for black. I mean, should I play for equality? Should I play for push for the win? Should I look for e5? Should I push for, I don't know, b6, c5? I don't know. So many questions, so many answers you have to find for questions in a limited time frame. And I guess this is where experience comes into play. Maybe just play b6. But this looks so weird. I mean, b6, knight a4, and c5. Bring the queen into the game. Something like queen e3. Those knights, I'm not sure what they're doing here. Something like b5 here. Maybe even a4. Try to get to these pawns. And when you have a look at this position, yeah, it should be quite clear that white's early advancement of the knights probably wasn't the best idea. Okay. We also need to follow other games. Let's check Maxime Lagarde against Vincent Kiemer. Here they are. So what we can make of this position? What is the queen doing on a8? I don't understand. The queen on a1 actually is more useful than the queen on a8. I have a feeling because it controls more files. I don't know, more squares. Okay, I mean queen a1 probably is just as bad as queen a8. Let's check the opening phase. Again, f4. Yeah, I guess f4 is a very common idea when the two bishops are standing at a king side together. So it makes sense to bring them into life. Bishop d4. And b. Oh, I mean, this is amazing. You play f4, bishop d4, and b4. I'm pretty sure nobody has had such a position before. Now there's a fork on f2. b5. That's a very long, short castle. Knight g5. Now white is threatening with a fork on f7. King d7. The king in the center feels secure. Bishop c4 is bad, I guess, because of some check. Check. Takes, takes. King goes away. Knight takes on c4. The pawn on d2 is well protected by the knight. So we have this position. Knight c5. It looks very normal. So white is enjoying some space advantage. The king on d7, maybe not feeling really so well, but black at any given moment can play something like queen e8 and king c8, just hide the king. The position is quite closed. The question is, how do you proceed here? Obviously, you need some active pawn push, I think. How do you do it? Maybe... Okay, maybe it's not a great idea. What about bishop takes on c5? So the idea is that after d takes, white gets a very nice outpost on e5, maybe some bishop f3 ideas, trade away the light square bishops so that the white knight lands on c6. So I guess b takes has to be played, and now there might be some problems here for black at the queen side. So I'm thinking about b6, maybe try to open it while the king is still here. So c takes, rook takes on b6, maybe queen b2. But with the knight on e1, I'm not so sure how this great idea is. And he played it. He played bishop takes on c5, and instead of b6, he played d4, going after the king on d7. Now this is... I like this. I like this from white's perspective, because this doesn't give black enough time to play queen e8 and king c8, reroute the king. Really nice play by the French GM. And knight d3. So if I would have to rate the biggest improvisers, I think probably Kirill Alexeyenko would come as the #1 improviser of the tournament so far, or maybe very close to Maxime Lagardère, who is also trying to get very exciting, unusual positions right after the opening, not always striving for what we call some normalcy, and outplay the opponent on creativity. Very quickly, let's check what is happening in the game between Noel Studer against Sarin Nihal. Now, we don't want to miss this game. For Noel, this is turning to be a nightmare tournament. He's sitting 0 out of 5. But then again, probably you have to understand, you're playing such a strong tournament, this can happen, right? I mean, everybody probably has a fresh memory how Garry Kasparov was playing in the Zagreb? I think it was Zagreb Grand Chess Tour tournament, the Blitz section. He scored one day half a point out of 9, and the other day I think it was 2 out of 9, something like this. So even such a great chess legend as Kasparov, you can just play badly, and this happens. So, but of course, the feeling is not the greatest when you're playing like this. And also, I know this feeling because I played in some tournaments at high level myself, and when you start something like 0 out of 5, your opponents start to treat you like you're the free point. They want to take the point from you. Normally, let's say they would accept a draw. Let's say I'm playing with white, he's playing with black, and we are about equal. He would probably be fine with a draw, but he sees that I'm playing so badly in this tournament, they want to take an advantage of that. And this is not the nicest feeling, but this is how it works. I'm sure that Noel will still show what he's capable of. He is a bright young talent, a very hardworking player. And so what to make of this position here? He's definitely trying. He's definitely trying. He knows it's not going for him. He's definitely trying. And maybe the idea is to play... I'm trying to understand what happens after b6. The simple move... Ah, wait, there's a pin. And b5. Wow. Keeping the knight on c5. Now, this is something I wouldn't play myself. Now, why don't you play b6? How do we exploit the spin? I guess knight e1? c6 is the only move. Yeah, okay, then it, oh wait, there's no c6, there's bishop c6. Okay, I guess that's why. I guess that's why black needs to play b5 and bring the queen out of the corner as quickly as possible. Yeah, I'm not sure what to make of this position. I mean, I see the evaluation bar by the engine. I'm not sure how it's helping me. Queen a1, very original. So the idea, I guess, is to play queen c3 at some point. Maybe even think about d4 ideas. But I was thinking that, okay, queen b4, maybe this jumps under some potential pin. And queen g4 is impossible, that's under attack. Okay, I guess, yeah, queen a1 makes a lot of sense. Let me have a glimpse what is happening in the game between Kirill Alexeyenko and Boris Gelfa, and Alexeyenko is enjoying some space advantage, but the position is normal, really normal. So this position looks slightly more fun, but I guess we're going to switch over to the leader's game in a moment. So definitely, if I'm black, I'm thinking about what should I do with my queen on a8. I don't want to play c6 because if I play c6, the queen is imprisoned. So he plays bishop h3, gets rid of the attacker. That makes sense. But still, the queen on 8 is disconnected from the game. So why does he have a choice? He has to, I guess he has to take, right? Although, there's some knight b7 check. Is there? No, probably not. Yeah, I hallucinated some pin, but okay, there's no pin. Very quickly, let me switch over to see if there's a time trouble. No, there's no time trouble. I'm gonna switch back to this position. So I want to see the time trouble phase between the two leaders of the tournament. I guess all of you as well. There's a question in the chat, when is the rapid and classical? So rapid is tomorrow. With the rapid starts the so-called Grandmaster Triathlon. The first of the 3 tournaments, which is going to determine the winner of the Grandmaster tournament. This is what we call an exhibition tournament, right? It doesn't count for the total score, but still it's, I guess, quite important for the players to show the best they can. So tomorrow we have a rapid tournament, which starts at 1 p.m. Central European Summer Time. It's going to be also a round-robin tournament of 7 rounds. And then the classical tournament starts on Tuesday. And there's also going to be Blitz the next Saturday. And that's it. And after that, they're going to resume the classical games. And also on Tuesday, I think it was Tuesday, please correct me if I'm mistaken, starts the Open tournament. I think it was Tuesday. It's a bit confusing, the schedule, but yeah, I think Monday was a free day. All right, I'm going to switch back to the Alexeyenko against Gelfand because this is a leader game. Now, probably this is a game which is going to decide the fate of the winner of the Chess960 tournament. Let me again find the board. Here we go. We left it some time ago. We left it here at the knight g7, e4. And I was explaining what's the difference between e5 and b6. I like b6 actually. And the Boris played knight e6, simplifying the position. Whoa, queen of 2. That's a strange looking move, okay. Why not trade on a7? Okay, slightly don't understand it, but what I understand is that white is enjoying some space advantage here. a4, now black is seeking some kind of counterplay here. d5, securing a potential weakness on c6 with some knight b4 ideas. Check here, c5. So Gelfand is trying to fix the problem so that knight b4 is not going to happen. Now after d takes on c6, now this was a sacrifice. Gelfand didn't blunder this, don't worry about this. So this was just fixing the problem with the weakness on c6. What? There's no there's no bishop 3. Let me reload the board. Wait, this doesn't happen. Just a second. Wait, what? They have long already switched to this position. So after c5, rook c6. Okay, it was slightly different position. I mean, Chess960 board keeps messing up. Knight f2, bishop f3, takes, king g2, rook e3. Whoa! And not rook takes on d6, which you would expect, but knight g4. Attacking the rook at e3 and the pawn on f6. Rook e6, f5. Alexienko has sacrificed the pawn. He didn't take the pawn on d6. He's going for the win. So the clocks are more or less equal. Knight h6. Now this is interesting. White is playing for piece domination. The knight on b6 doesn't do anything. So the idea is to play knight f5 and then try to win the pawn on d6 and maybe knight e4 make some funny fork ideas. I don't know how strong is this move, but from a practical point of view, this is something you don't want to see if you're playing with black, because you don't expect this. A takes. Yeah, despite the fact that black is up a pawn, he's fighting for the draw here. So as soon as I see there's a request in the chat to see Nikal's game, but this is a leader game, we have to follow this game, because there's a good chance that it's going to decide the fate of the winner of the tournament. And right after that, we can switch on to Nikal's game. 97. So white can already take the pawn on d6 right away, but this would give black a possibility to rearrange his pieces. Maybe try to bother the pawn on b3 with something like knight c5. Yeah, there's so many ways how white can try to play here. Maybe even knight d4. Knight d4, knight c6. Not an easy decision for Alexienko. He knows he's better. I think he knows. The video is a bit lagging. There's a move which knight takes on d6. Okay, so he decided to play it safe. But now this gives black enough time to play knight c5 and organize a counterplay. I'm not sure. Okay, maybe rook f3 and white is still pressing. And what did he play? Oh, just a second. Knight f5, rook e8. I would play something like rook f3, rook d5, but I think if white had any real chances, his moment is gone. So maybe around here he had to try something else. I don't know, activate his pieces. The pawn on d6, maybe it's not really so important, but of course, with stakes being so high, it's understandable that Alexienko decided to take the pawn back. I can put on the small board Michal's game if you want. Now, so that you can follow it. Studer is in time trouble, but his position is solo bear. There's a complete mess. There's a complete mess. I don't know what to make of this. So usually you say it comes until the first blunder. Yeah, maybe for tomorrow, I'm gonna change slightly the layout. Instead of this live screen, you can see another critical game which is being played right now. So the idea was that I would use this big screen for analysis and the small board for live board, but I guess this is something we are gonna keep for classical games. Yeah, this is gonna be a draw. I think so. Rook f2 takes. Is it gonna be a draw? I think it's gonna be a draw. Pawn on f6 maybe doesn't really matter. These pawns quite inevitably are gonna be traded. Something like rook d1, maybe sacrifice the pawn and play rook d8, rook d7, but I guess we'll see. So in the meantime, Studer is winning. Yeah, he's winning. I just don't know. Yeah, he's completely winning. But he's down on seconds. He's down on seconds, has an extra rook, and that's it. Yeah, I think Studer is going to score his first win. So let's follow the leader game. In the meantime, I also want to mention is that Gatakamsky has beaten Alain Pichot, and Vincent Kiemer with black has outplayed Maxime Lagarde. So those games I think we missed, as this is a very critical game for us. But yeah, I don't think we are going to see much here. Rook b5, knight e5. It's plus 5 seconds per move. Black is sort of slightly worse because of the pawn on f6, but objectively cannot be much. So that's why Alexienko is still playing. It's 2 versus 2 at the king set. If the knights get traded, it's immediate draw. So the last chance for white is try to play for some mate ideas, maybe rook b6, rook f6, try to win the pawn. Yeah, but now black is just in time to activate the pieces with rook a3 check. King g8 is a safe move, not to miss any mates. This we saw in the cam. Okay, I'm gonna switch. Oh wait, this game is already finished, right? There's not much to see. Yeah, Studer is gonna win. Check. Still not really so clear. I mean, rook a to check, the king can... I thought king can go here. Or maybe not. King f3, I guess it's knight e5 check. And he's gonna try it. Now that's a fighter. Now that's a fighter, because normally this also would be a great result for white. I mean, it's a game between leaders. So he is still playing for the win. Knight e5, king e4, knight g4. There is a piece hanging. So you cannot do that. All right. Now this is getting quite tricky. And Gelfand is in serious time. Did he blunder something? Rook b6, the pawn on f6. No, this is getting really tricky. I mean, it should be an easy draw, but when you're playing in time trouble, +5 seconds in a tricky position, you need to defend. It could be not really so easy. I just saw that one moment evaluation bar suddenly jumped, so apparently both players missed something. Now the pawn on h7 might be lost, and king g8 is something you don't want to make, but it doesn't drop the pawn. Probably king e6. There's always going to be a counterplay against the pawn on g4. So knight g7 check. Wow. I guess the idea is to free the square f5 for the king. There was, by the way, mate in one threat, rook f3 check, not to be missed. Now it's no longer there. Still quite tricky, but rook c4 check is a big threat. Yeah, rook c4, knight g4. Now, we already had one game which had rook and bishop versus rook. Will we get a game on rook and knight versus rook? Knight e6, but yeah, white lost his momentum. Still, this pawn on h5 is so far advanced, and white is still hoping for something, but normally this is a draw. Yeah, and that's it. I think this game is going to finish in a couple of moves. King h7, knight f6, knight g8, knight f6, that's a draw. Maybe king h6. Now, rook e6 check is a big threat. So black can already play knight takes on h5. Are we gonna see this? The same game? King h8, rook g7 also should be a draw. Is it? Yeah, it should be a draw. Rook versus knight is in a draw. King h8. You have to try this. Otherwise, king h6 is just a draw. Now, what happened there? Judging by the it's a draw. Sorry, I don't see it. I have to see this. There's no way to check this. I don't see where the kings are standing. They look sort of in the middle. So the official score shows it's a draw. Let me verify that if Gelfand didn't lose on time. Yeah, while we are waiting for confirmation, if Gelfand's game finished in a draw, what that means for the standings is that Boris Gelfand and Kirill Alexeyenko, they share the lead with 4 points out of 6. And then it's Gatakamsky with 3.5 points, and he beat Alain Pichot in the game. Maybe I could show you very quickly this game. I don't think we saw a lot of it. Yeah, I think we completely missed it. Mainly focusing on the other games. I think Pichot got into trouble right after the opening, sort of slightly worse. Yeah, slightly worse endgame. So black has the double pawns, and white is simply enjoying an extra pawn at the queen side. And by the looks, oh, knight a4. That's a very brave decision. Now there's two connected pawns. And that's it. So now, just like that, white is threatened to play king c4, b5, and Kamsky took over the game. So that's why check, 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 check. You can always go for this f-pawn push as well. Yeah, and this is exactly what he played, f6. And he scored a win. Yeah, sorry, I mean, that was very, very fast, fast forward game. We didn't follow it. We were focusing on other games. But I think this knight a4 was very brave. I'm not sure if this was necessary. So knight c4, king c6, knight a3. Yeah, now the question is, can you play knight b5? Probably not, right? This should, yeah, this is the lost pawn endgame. Here, 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 c4. This should be losing, I have a feeling. And if you cannot do that, yeah, then nothing makes sense. Yeah, so I guess this was the losing idea for black. And in the other game, we didn't see a lot. It was Maxime Lagarde against Vincent Kiemer. It started great for the Frenchman. Yeah, I think we were here. So Lagarde was up 9 minutes on the clock against Kiemer's 2 minutes and having a very nice attack. And yet somehow he lost the game thread. He sacrificed the pawn. So all of this we missed. Knight g5, b takes. This looks very close to crushing. Now what happened here? B takes, bishop takes. You know what the engine is saying here? I just have to show you this idea. Rook b6. Just ignore the knight. This is something which doesn't jump to your attention, especially if you are playing b takes on c7, the idea to recapture an f3 with a bishop. Takes, takes, bishop b4. Still should be great for white. And rook g2. Oh my goodness, what did they miss here? So he was going for the mate, and suddenly he appeared on the receiving side. So king g2 is going to be rook g8 check. So that's why he played knight e5, so that the rook on f3 is protected, and now black just started a very powerful counterattack. Okay, so this is how it finished. Quite an amazing game. I mean, what can I say? Right, I think they have already started. Let me prepare the final round. And the final round, it's gonna be... just a sec, let me select the game. Let me check the standings. Gelfand, Alexeyenko. So the leaders are not playing against each other. So maybe let's start with the game of Boris Gelfand against Noah Studer. And I'm gonna put on the small screen the game of Alain Pichot against Kirill Alexeyenko. Let me find a can. This is not it. Let's follow this game. Here we go. And again, it's 4. Again, it's f4. So at least I think this was very, very important game. Yeah, this is the last round. There's a question in the chat. This is the last round. So 6 rounds can be played. This is the 7th round. But the previous game for the young Swiss player was important morale boost. Because when you start 0 out of 5, you know, you are starting to have these thoughts in your head. What I'm doing here, right? I mean, am I gonna finish 0 out of 7? Why did I even come here? I know this because I've been in similar situations before. And then you score this very important point. So then that's like a big relief. So okay, I mean it's a bad tournament, but at least I managed to beat a strong player. So you start to play in different qualities. So that being said, I think Noel should be doing good in this game. I could show you the standings. You know, I'm gonna do it like this. Just a second. I'm gonna show you the standings here. Oh, just a second. I don't think you're seeing them. And that's me. Okay, I'm gonna remove myself. So there's the standings. Yeah, so I should be able to show the official side, but this is the reel I'm using. So Boris Gelfand is 4, Kirill Alexeyenko is 4, Gata Kamsky is 3.5, Nikhil Sarin is 3, Lagarde, Kiemer also 3 points, Alain Peixoto is 2.5, and Noel Studer is in the 8th place with 1 point. All right. Let's go back. Knight b3. I guess the idea is to get rid of the knight from the corner as quickly as possible. Otherwise, if you don't do that, black can play c4. So for example here, if you play some quiet move like, I don't know, bishop e3, then after c4, maybe this knight on a1, could be difficult to bring it into the game, and c3, c2, knight c2 will already be the only way to do this. Bishop c7, and now this is looking interesting. After bishop c7, black is willing to sacrifice the pawn on c5 for the pawn on f4. I mean, there's so many ways you can play this. I have no clue. I mean, there's f5, sacrifice. There's e5, knight e4. There's the simple move bishop e3. There's knight c5. There's bishop c5. There's so many moves. I mean, how do you make the decision here? Studer has nothing to lose, so that's why he's looking for a fight. In the worst case, he'll gain very important experience from this tournament. Let me check if something very exciting is happening in the other games. Still the opening phase, if you can call it the opening. Let's just name it as the start of the game. There's no opening, right? e5. Yeah, this makes sense because this closes the bishop and white is willing to play knight e4. Again, million ways for black to play. Probably something like f6 makes a lot of sense. Try to demolish the center since the white king is still here in the center. F6. I would play maybe c4 and then f6. I don't know which is better. All right. So c4 he played. Yeah, that makes sense. I think the next move is going to be f6. Try to open this bishop. And knight e4. Now the question is what happens here. I have no clue. Maybe take and rook f6. This pawn on the 4 is a weakness. And if you don't play e takes on f6, what do you do? You know, I like black's position already more. Okay, let me, while the leaders, not the leaders, but one of the leaders is playing the tournament, the opening phase, switch over to Alexeyenko's game. Let me just find him in the cam. On which board is he sitting? Okay, there we go. Found him. Oh, so Alexeyenko is playing with black. D4, D5, Rook C4, okay. The Rook is in the game. You know, this move makes no sense. I mean, I don't understand it. I mean, why do you play G3? I mean, there is no bishop here. And this makes the dark square bishop even worse. But I guess the idea is to play f4. But then again, why don't you play f4 right away? Maybe the idea is to play h4, h5. I mean, okay, this is very deep chess. Way beyond me. Okay, quite interesting. Rook c1 goes back. And the check on a5 and the king walks. Okay, that is very original. So that was the purpose why black decided to take on b3. So white can never castle. And now he plays f4 and queen d3. So white desperately needs two tempos here to make an improvised show castle. The pawn on d4 is under attack. e3, e5, and Alexeyenko is definitely ahead. Yeah, once he saw the problem of this knight on a8, which can be done by just one move, I think that Pichot is in serious trouble here. And I dare to say it started with this move. I mean, I don't understand this g3 move. Very unique, very interesting move, but from a strategic point of view, looks strange. So obviously, white could not capture the d pawn. The queen on d3 is under attack, and f takes, knight e5 allows black to join the knight in the game. So I guess he needs to sacrifice the pawn. But how do you do it? How do you give up the pawn? Maybe something like king c2. Takes. And takes. Maybe like this. And the question is, can I take the pawn now? Some rook d1. And there's at least queen c5 check. Yeah. So the answer is black can do this. So that would mean that if Alexeyenko wins the game, he would at least share the first place with 5 points out of 7. Oh, just a second. Where did I go? So he would share at least the first place with 5 points out of 7. And about tiebreakers, I don't know. I mean, I didn't check it. I could, of course, check it, but let's see if that happens. So the leaders, Boris Gelfand and Kirill Alexeyenko, they played draw in the previous round. We were following it. Very tense game. Gelfand was barely holding this, but he did held. In the end, he was in serious time trouble. Alexeyenko kept pushing. So this is the final game. The final game. Okay, so let's check while we can how Nikhil Sarin is doing against Maxime Lagarde. So these players, I don't think they're fighting for... But theoretically, Lagarde might... No, wait, they are fighting for something. So Maxime Lagarde and Sarin Nikhil, they're both 3 points out of 6. And if they score 4 points out of 7, they might catch or overtake Gatakamsky. So they might be fighting for the 3rd place. Again, let me try to find their camps. Not here. And not here. Here we go. So this is the current position. D4, C3. Very solid. Oh, where did my cam go? Yeah, so for tomorrow, definitely we're gonna try the cams to work a little smoother. Oh, there we go. So F3, white is fighting for a strong pawn center. C5, very interesting approach. Whoa, that's a gambit. Wait, that's a gambit, right? That's a pawn sacrifice. Yeah, definitely Lagarde likes to improvise. Very interesting player. Knight b3. And that's a... Not accepting the sacrifice, is it? Wait. I don't understand. I mean, I don't understand nothing here. Why don't you take it here? Bishop takes... And now take it back. Anyway. So this is the position they have. Looks rather weird. The knight is on c5 for white, and the knight on a4 is for black. The kings are not really feeling very good. So I guess something like knight e5, or maybe knight h3. Oh wait, knight h3. Oh, this looks fun. To play knight g1 and the knight on c5 is under attack. So you could play something like b4. You know, I'm looking at these positions and I don't understand. I mean, probably I'm repeating myself for the number of times. I just don't understand these positions. So I'm trying to contribute some contribute some thoughts here, but it's so difficult. It's so difficult to understand what is happening, especially if one of the sides is sacrificing a pawn and going for a gambit. Also, let's check the game of Winston Kiemer against Gatakamsky, who is in the solid 3rd place. And actually, he could try to overtake one of the leaders if he scores a win and if the leaders don't. Again, let me try to find a can. Where are they? Here we go. Just a second. All right. Um, Now we have another gambit, don't we? So what is it? Knight g3. So white is going for space advantage and a strong pawn formation in the center. The knight on a1 is disconnected from the game, so that's why Kimmer played c3. But this allowed black to demolish white's center. I don't like this last move, bishop c2, because the knight on a1 is feeling all lonely. Yeah, around here it should be that black is better here. I have a feeling, yeah. So this knight on a1 is not doing anything. There's knight g6, there's rook g8. Black is just a little faster of doing things, while white has not achieved anything at the queen side. Not even to mention some bishop g2. Maybe there's some ideas, I don't know. And on the clock, oh my goodness, Kamsky is 9 minutes and Winston Kimmer is only 4. Only 4. So if Kamsky would win this game, this would mean he's scoring 4.5 out of 7 and would close the gap to the leaders who are Boris Gelfand and Kirill Alexeyenko. Okay, I think it's time for us to switch to one of the leader games. So Kamsky looks really good here. And maybe let's check the game of Boris Gelfand. And I'm going to open the small window of Kirill Alexeyenko. So the small board, the live board which you're seeing, which is in the middle, that is Kirill Alexeyenko's game. Alexeyenko with black against Alain Pichot with white. So that you're not missing any action. Yeah, so I promise for tomorrow, we're going to slightly change it. Instead of this live board, I'm going to make another board so that you can follow it. Not to miss if there's another interesting action going on while we are focusing on the analysis of another game. So we left it. Just a second. Maybe let me switch on the cam first. We left it. We left it around here. So knight c5 was played by Gelfand, not knight e4. d6, knight e4, and we have a gambit. So knight e4, f5. Now this is a very common idea from the Benoni. You play e5, d takes f5, having the knight on e4. That is a great outpost for the knight. Now that is a very interesting approach. f6, bringing the bishop into the game. Bishop c5, okay. b4, securing the outpost for the bishop on c5. And if I'm not mistaken, this is the current position. So clockwise, Stoddard is behind. He is 4 minutes. That doesn't mean much. He still has the extra pawn. So this is everyone's game. Yeah, the biggest issues for him is what to do with this knight. So I guess you should start with something like knight f7. Knight f7, maybe knight e8, knight c6. As long as you're not missing any tactics which are happening here. Maybe there's some, I don't know, bishop g4 ideas. Try to open this diagonal, but you can at least play maybe g5, I think. Or maybe no. And keep playing. You play knight f7. That is sort of an easy move. There's a question in the chat. How do you make a castling in Chess960? It's very simple. There's a rule. There's basically two rules in Chess960. I mean, you shuffle the pieces randomly. How do you draw it? Whatever. I don't know. By computer, by arbiter, tossing a coin. I don't know how you do it. But there are two rules. The king needs to be in the middle of both rooks, so that you can castle long, so that you can castle short. And you castle normally. You put the king, let's say if you're playing with white, king g1, rook f1. Or if you're castling long, the king c1 and rook d1, and that's it. So the starting position of the pieces can be different, but after castling, your pieces, the king and the rook, land on the normal squares. Knight d6. All right. No, I like black's chances more. Maybe something like bishop takes, bishop g4. White should focus on some kind of activity at the king side, but definitely I have a feeling that Studer has gained some confidence from the previous game because he has nothing to lose. He started badly, 0 out of 5. Then in the previous round, he beat Sarin Nikhal in an exciting game. And now, why not? He could try to mess up with the standings for the leaders. So he knows that obviously Gelfand and Alexienko are fighting for the first place. And why not? Why not try to outplay one of the leaders? And at least try to get an exciting game. In the meantime, Kirill Alexienko is enjoying really great position. Maybe we can switch to that. So at the moment, he looks to be quite a big favorite to win the tournament. Because unlike Gelfand, he has a better position. And maybe, again, I'll try to find a can. Here we go. All right. So I think I can try to put this from the black's perspective. And on the other board, I'm going to open Gelfand's game so that you can follow both players simultaneously. So the tournament standings is that Gelfand and Alexienko, they share the lead with 4 points out of 6. Now, Alexienko is looking really confident here. He just won a pawn, has a better pawn structure. The bishop on b3 is under attack, so white has no time to play d5. I think this is just technically winning. Just take the pawn on d4, then try to organize some kind of pressure against these weak pawns at the king side. What do you do here? So Pichot is not fighting for anything, and this is actually helping. This is actually helping Alexienko. Pichot is in the, which place is it? 7th place. in the 7th place by 2.5 points out of 6. He's sitting at -1. He's not fighting for the top 3. Probably not very happy with the tournament. Unlike Studer against Gelfand, and Studer just beat Michael Sarin and has gained some confidence. D5, at least trying to ruin black's pawn structure. So that's 2 extra pawns. Now, is there a game we missed? So Kimmer against Kamsky, they're still obviously playing. Not sure what to make of their position, which I'm seeing on the small screen. Nihal against Lagarde is some weirdness, which I cannot explain. You know, I think I'm going to switch over to Gelfand's game because I have a feeling that Alexienko is going to convert this. So he has 2 extra pawns. There's some weaknesses at the king side. So it's safe to assume that he's got this. He's looking really confident. So let's switch over to Gelfand's game. And I could open on the small screen Kimmer against Kamsky. So on the small screen you have it's Vincent Kimmer with white, Gata Kamsky with black. Just a second. Let me just update the cam. All right, now what has changed here? Nothing has changed. Black is still up a pawn and white has nothing to show for it. And Gelfand is down on the last 20 seconds. So h3 is a huge threat. And I think Studer is about to score a very important upset here, which could cost Gelfand not only the first place, but the second place as well. Now the clock shows he is out of time. Definitely he still has it. But he's in trouble. Rook f2 takes care of the threat of h3, bishop f1. Now white is in complete defensive. Queen b7, a great move. A great move. So I think Studer is going to take this game. h3, bishop f1, but let's not underestimate the experience of the Israeli grandmaster. Can you play something like knight e3 here? Simplify the position. Knight e3, queen e4, and bishop. Oh my goodness, this looks so powerful. There might be some threats with queen h1 mate. Now, what do you play after knight e3? Or maybe knight e3, bishop e3, and first bishop e3, and then only queen e4. This is bad news for white. So Studer has 1 minute on the clock. He's definitely calculating this. He knows he's so much better. I think he's looking at some knight jump. Maybe there's another option which might be distracting him. This knight e3, queen e4, bishop d5 is not very obvious. So maybe he's looking at some knight b4, winning a second pawn. So when you have a choice between good moves, it could be difficult to find the best move. Yeah, he's a little bit nervous. Now he needs to make a decision here because now he's about to even time with Gelfand. He was about 1.5 minutes before this move. 10 seconds. 5 seconds. Oh my goodness, what is happening here? Okay, obviously the time is lagging, but... So he played, I think it was knight e3. I think that was knight e3. And he plays it. Yeah, that is a great move. That is definitely a great move with the idea of queen e4 and bishop d5. So Doyle had to make sure that he sees what is happening after bishop d5. Gelfand looks really surprised. I don't think he expected this move. He was looking at some knight b4, I guess. A very critical moment for the standings. In the meantime, let me very quickly check Alexienko's game. Alexienko seems to be still winning. Nothing has changed. What did he play? Oh, just a second. Why is it not updating? Okay. Ah, just a second. For some reason, the board is not updating. So this is the current position. So knight e3, knight f6 was played, bishop e3, c3. Oh, there is also knight f6. So that's why it was such a difficult decision by Studer, because he also need to calculate what happens after knight f6. Now d-takes obviously is impossible. The bishop is under attack. Black wants to play queen e4 and bishop d5. I think that was rook e1, if I saw correctly. Rook e1 is played. c-takes is played. You have to take with the rook. And rook c3, what a powerful move. Bishop e6, queen b6, this king is in danger. I think Gelfand is going down. I think I already mentioned this before. In the meantime, there's no surprises in Alexienko's game. He appears to be confidently winning. The small board you can see is the game between Winston Kiemer against Gata Kamsky, and Kamsky is he losing? Oh my goodness, what an unpredictable last round. So I think Gelfand is in last seconds. Bishop takes on b5, check was played. This pawn on b5 doesn't really matter. There's at least king f8, you can always make it. Bishop d3. Okay, so that was the idea. e4. And White is going to lose something very soon. Is he now? Rook e3 and queen b6. Wow. Wow, what a game. What a game by Studer. So there's, what a check, rook d8 check. What is happening here? Unfortunately, the boards are, the moves are a little lagging. I think I saw rook d8 check. And Gelfand resigns. Wow, what a surprising game. So I think it was really a morale boost for Studer. Winning the previous game against Nicholas Sarin. Let's quickly switch to Alexienko's game, because this is going to decide the fate of the winner. But how is he winning here? How is he winning here? He was completely winning. Let me find it. So he was having two extra pawns. And where's the second one? And there's something hanging on b7. Rook e4. Now, I think that these are nerves. These are completely nerves. I mean, Alexienko was easily winning. I mean, two extra pawns with opposite card bishops endgame, two rooks each. What an unpredictable game. What does it mean? It means If Alexienko is even gonna lose this with 2 extra pawns, Gelfand lost it. So Kamsky could become a surprise win of the tournament. Unbelievable. But okay, I mean, the game obviously is still proceeding here. Alexienko just lost something. Wait, rook e5, bishop d1. So I guess you need to trade rooks on e5, rook f5, and this is just technically losing, isn't it? Wow, what a turnaround for the last round. Unbelievable. So we are lagging, unfortunately, some moves on the small board, but also Kamsky is losing, isn't he? Let me reload the board. No, he's not. He is not. Yeah, unfortunately, there's sometimes the boards are showing the wrong moves. No, this is crazy. So Alexienko needs to make a draw to secure. I mean, not really the first place, at least a tie. So if Alexienko makes a draw and Kamsky wins, that's going to be a tie for the first place. But Alexienko is down a pawn by having entered the endgame with 2 extra pawns. Might be not really so easy to win this. I mean, from the white's perspective. In the meantime, Kamsky has a theoretical draw against Winston Kiemer, but Kamsky is definitely pushing this. You know, I was expecting really that Alexienko is going to be a big favorite, especially once he reached this winning endgame with 2 extra pawns. Now the tables have completely turned. Quite incredible. Maybe Alexienko will still salvage this. But this looks a bit maybe like a draw. I don't know. And Nikal Sarin has lost against Maxime Lagarde. So he loses 2 games in a row. H6. Where do you put the king? Rook a2 check. I guess has to be given. Rook h2 check. King c6. H7, king b5 is going to be a draw. You cannot do this. Maybe it's still a draw. And Kamsky is pushing this. Still having 1 minute on the clock, so there's a good chance that Kamsky is going to win his game. Now that would be quite a turnaround if Gelfand loses, Alexienko loses, and Kamsky with black wins and wins the tournament. Incredible. But of course, I mean, the game is still continuing. So really nervous last round. H7 was played. Isn't this a draw? King g3, the king is gonna go. Is there some Zugzwang ideas? Put the king on c3, b4, king b4, king b5. Is this winning? If I put the king here. I'm not sure I understand. So I'm thinking maybe white can try to progress by putting the king here, but then if black plays rook a4, king b4, king a b5, king a5, there might be some Zugzwangs. You know, I'm not so sure. I'm not sure. Oh, the pawn's gone. Now this would be a draw. With the pawn on a4, I'm not so sure. Rook h4. You know, I think this is still a draw. Draw agreed. Draw agreed. Wow. Wow, wow. What a game. What a game. So this was a really A big moment for Alexienko, who almost lost the game with 2 extra points in an endgame. Unbelievable. So this is only nerves. Only nerves. So let's switch quickly to Kamsky's game. But Kamsky's finished, isn't he? And Kamsky's finished. Gata Kamsky has finished his game in a draw, and that means that if my calculations are correct, Alexienko does take down the tournament with 4.5 out of 7. But this was really crazy. I mean, now check out this game of Alexienko. So he played a really great game. I mean, he had an excellent opening. He got a big advantage. So they got this possession. And this is the moment when I switched it off. I thought, I mean, Alexienko is definitely going to do this by having 2 extra pawns. And then somehow, White activated his pieces, snatched another pawn on g6, and things became not so simple. Rook e1, bishop d3, there's some problems threatening on b7. And apparently here, Pichot made a mistake. He should have taken with this rook. Rook e5, rook e5, rook e5, d1 queen. Takes, rook takes. And this would mean that White will be up not just 1, but 2 extra pawns. So probably wasn't really fair, I guess, to Alexienko. And instead White played, what did he play here? Wait, what did he play here? Just a second, let me find it. So instead he promoted right away. And the difference is that the rook e4 is not attacking these pawns, and Alexienko managed to hold this. So had he played rook e to e5, the difference is that the white rook is attacking the 2 pawns, and this would be winning for Alain Pichot. And yeah. So anyway, I guess this is fair, because I mean, I don't think Pichot really expected such a gift, but being down 2 pawns in an endgame that he might actually try to win this game. So draw, I guess it's fair. Alexienko definitely deserves the victory of this tournament. So I think we are gonna have an interview also with a winner at some point. Let me maybe try to prepare for this. Just a second. I slightly messed it up here. Just a second. Right, so the tournament is finished, and let me again tell you the final results. Kirill Alexienko takes the first place, 4.5 points out of 7. Boris Gelfand, Maxime Lagarde, and Gata Kamsky, they share the second place with 4 points out of 7. Vincent Kiemer has 50%, 3.5 out of 7. For Sarin Nikhal, this is a disappointment. 3 points out of 7. The same 3 points, Alain Pichot, and at least Noel Studer, at the local Grandmaster, he scored 2 points, but having 2 points scored in the 6th and 7th round, and in the last round against the co-leader of the tournament with Black, against Boris Gelfand. So I guess should be sort of happy. Let me see if this, okay, there's still not ready. Maybe. Okay. I guess we are gonna come back in a moment. So I'm gonna make a little break. Maybe 5 minutes, maybe less, and we should be back with the interview with the winner. All right, I'm back. and we are still waiting for the interview with the winner. So there's gonna be interview. Yeah, so I think it was quite an amazing tournament, and from the commentator's perspective, it was quite difficult to commentate because for most part I didn't know what to say about the opening phase, right? So Fisher Random Chess or Chess960 is known for its creativity, and all of the 8 participants of the tournament, they played a lot of exciting games. I think Kirill Alexeyenko won it fair and square, although there was a little drama in the end. He almost lost an endgame with 2 extra pawns, but I guess it was deserved, right? So I was reading your comments from time to time. Maybe I missed something, but I was trying to read it. So I'm seeing all of the comments from YouTube, Twitch. I don't think I saw any single comment from Facebook, but I'm also monitoring that as well. And for tomorrow, of course, if there was something not working, we're gonna try to improve. There was a little bit of video lag, and sometimes the boards were a little bit not working as intended. But overall, I think it was really, really good. Let me maybe check if the interview I can make it work. No, still doesn't work. Okay, I guess I'll come back to it. Maybe I can put it here. All right. Yeah, so tomorrow, of course, we are waiting for the interview with the winner, Kirill Alexeyenko. Hope he's going to be kind to answer some questions to Angelika Volkova, who is on the spot in Biel. But tomorrow we continue at 1 p.m. Central European Summer Time, and we start the Grandmaster Triathlon, the first tournament, the rapid event. Still waiting for it. Yeah, if you enjoyed today's commentary, definitely come back for tomorrow. So Biel Chess Festival is here to stay, and it's gonna run from 24th July to 4th August. There's gonna be 2 free days. The first 3 days is gonna be on Monday, the next Monday. The other one is gonna be the next Sunday until 4th August. There's also some other events except of FIDE World Cup. It's also the Biel International Chess Festival. Hope you're gonna like it. I already read in the chat that this is my longest stream. Yeah, I guess it is. My longest coverage ever done. But I can do this. Let me check it again. Nope, still not working. I have a hello from Africa. Well, hello from Riga. I'm streaming from Riga. As you can see below me, GM live from Riga. Angelika, she's on the other hand in Biel. She's gonna interview the winner. Right. So now there's a little awkward moment. I'm not sure what I'm supposed to talk about. We are still waiting for the interview. Maybe you can ask me some questions about Biel. about the tournament. I'll try to answer them. So there is a question: who do I think played best today? I think it's Alexienko. So the last round, I cannot explain it otherwise than nerves. It was only nerves, or maybe he thought the game is already finished. His opponent was fighting very hard, and suddenly he uh, got into trouble. But I think overall he was the best. I was secretly rooting for Studer because I know how it feels. I know how it feels to be underdog, especially when things are not working in your favor. You start terribly 0 out of 4, 0 out of 5, and seemingly the world is falling apart. And so I was a little bit cheering for him and wanted to see him to finish successful, and he did. So I'm happy for him. There's a question: who is my favorite for the triathlon? I don't know. I don't know. I guess Kirill Alexienko still remains the ELO favorite. Last year's winner Radoslav Wojtaszek um, cannot be here. By the way, I didn't really follow how did they play in the World Cup. So I have no clue how did they play because today Radoslav Wojtaszek was playing the World Cup tie breaks against Magnus Carlsen. So Alexienko is the favorite, and rating wise, I'm not really sure. I'm not really sure what to make. Who might be else uh, challenging him? I mean, Mikhail Sarin was today. I think it was a disappointment for him. I think we can definitely expect big things for him in the classical phase. Definitely also Boris Gelfand and unpredictable Gatakamsky. It's very difficult to tell, but I still think that Alexienko is a small favorite. So there's a question: am I going to cover the Masters tournament only the final rounds? Yes, when they are gonna fight for the top places, so the like the penultimate round and final round, I'm also gonna have a look what they're doing because I think we are gonna have enough things to do in the main tournament. Okay, the interview is here. Let me check if I'm ready. Um, for some reason, the video is missing. Just a second. I can always switch back. So the interview is ready to start. I just cannot get the video feed. I want to show you, obviously, what they're talking about. Um, so I cannot see the video. Just a second. Why cannot I see it? Let me try to update it. Oh, sorry about that. Oh, I can see it actually. Sorry about that.
Like a little bit boring. I was pressing a bit, but
Yeah.
nothing special. But this game is.
So you can also click with
Yeah.
stuff.
Yeah. Okay. I don't know. How can we analyze? Yeah. He was trying to play very aggressive. Yeah. Here, for example, I could play like b6, and it will be totally symmetric. But I didn't want to repeat the position, so I was trying to find interesting ways.
Yeah, also was very interesting from his side also to sacrifice the pawn to create something.
Yeah. So usually you get like unpleasant positions with black because it's much easier to play such an own position with white. So at least at this game, the position got very interesting.
Yes.
Yeah, to be honest, I blundered king e2. I thought I'm like totally fine here, but after king e2,
yes,
somehow it's not so easy to.
It was very risky game. Yes, so from you managed at the end to actually got out from it.
But because I still don't know the correlation of this position further. Okay, king e.
Oops, it's okay. Yeah.
Okay, I mean, yeah, king e2 is the way to play for win. I'm not sure about queen h6 move. Probably I had to do something. Yeah,
so it was
I was considering g4, but I didn't like, for example, if he will just take with rook. Okay, take, b5, bishop f3. Yeah, and bishop f3, and I'm not sure.
Yeah, not clear.
Because the thing is, for some reasons he couldn't play. I couldn't play b4, but I don't remember exactly.
Knight.
Maybe I start with bishop. Maybe I take with a bishop, b5, and bishop f3 here. I don't know, maybe.
Yeah, not
so
clear because
yeah,
it's also rapid chess, so it's.
Yeah,
also
so I wanted to double on h file and then play b6 to take on h5 immediately, but yeah, at one point he found a very good move h4. He missed maybe several times it, but for the here maybe h4 is the only way he can like continue play for a win.
Yes.
So I really didn't know how should I play here because it was not so clear. I spent a lot of time.
Yeah, so that's why it was offered. It's also g4 one more time.
Maybe. Yeah.
But overall, at the end, it all got in the way that you could manage to follow the draw here.
Yeah, I'm not sure, but
right?
you know, in a time travel, it's not so easy to play with a white also.
Yeah, of course.
After a5, he had to choose between all squares. For example, if he will play bishop g2, I thought he would play instead of bishop b7. Bishop g2.
I think there was bishop c6 at some moment.
Yeah, maybe here, yeah.
So at this moment, yeah, here bishop c6, I think was possible to play.
Bishop c6, I think I can play queen d6. Maybe it was, yeah, instead of bishop b7.
Exactly, yes, exactly. Yeah. But overall, very interesting game, and yeah, also against Gelfand, there was some chances for you to.
Yeah, but in time trouble, I will almost blundered a mate, so I was even lucky to have some like rescue check, rook a5 or rook b5, because at some point I played knight g7, he played king d5, and rook f3 is coming.
Yeah.
So it's very close to losing in this
position.
So
it is your first time in Biel, right?
Yeah, it's my first time in Switzerland also.
In Switzerland, overall. Okay. So how do you feel here so far? Did you manage to do something?
Unfortunately, I didn't have a lot of time to enjoy because I came just yesterday and didn't have a lot of time. So
maybe
we have 2 rest days. So looking forward to like to visit the lake and the city.
How do you feel? How do you evaluate your chess on this moment? So after winning this event, this is the first stage of this event. How do you feel your chances in the overall?
Yeah, I mean the only privilege after winning the tournament is that I have more white colors, so nothing more. But okay, at least I will have one more white, and I'm happy with that.
So anything can happen.
Yeah.
And what is your actually personal attitude to Fischer Random Chess?
To be honest, I'm not a big fan of some different sort of chess, so I prefer more classical or rapid. But it's interesting sometimes to play because you never know what can happen. You can lose in like several moves. And also, for example, in this tournament, in the end, all positions for me like became the same. All Fischer's position, because I don't know, in all games I fight, I guess I played b3, g3 and f4, all 4 whites. I did the same idea, so I didn't remember how the pieces were, but the position was almost like same.
But overall, despite being not a fan of Fischer Random, you got a great positions from the opening and managed to win many of them. So one more time, congratulations.
Thank
and
you.
Good luck to you tomorrow. Tomorrow is the next
Thank you.
stage, Rapid. So we are coming back to the Arthurs. Thank you.
Alrighty, I think that's it. The interview is finished. You heard Angelika Volkova on the site conducting an interview with Kirill Alexeyenko, winner of the tournament. He explained his thoughts about the tournament. So I think we are about to finish here, and we continue the chess festival tomorrow. So tomorrow the action resumes at 1 p.m. Central European Summer Time with a rapid tournament. Yeah, Angelika Chessborn, she's also a chess.com streamer. You can find her Twitch account and follow her daily streams, but she is right now in Biel conducting interviews with the players of the tournament. So with you today was Latvian Grandmaster Artur Neikšans. Hope you enjoyed it. My dear chat already noticed that this was the longest stream I've ever had. Yeah, that is true. Still, time flies when you're having fun, and I definitely enjoyed it. I hope you did by watching this. See you tomorrow, and enjoy the remaining day. Tomorrow is Rapid. Take care.